Good morning, trading friends. Happy Friday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our amazing, powerful Tom Sabo.
Good morning. Tom. Hello, good morning, Terry, and good morning to chat. Welcome, Abhishek and Magnus and Nate and Trevor. Oh my gosh, look at that sign. Look at that. It's amazing. It's Friday.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, it's so good. It's amazing. It's good to be back on Fridays, Crazy Friday, and welcome everybody at MyFundedTV crew. Oh my gosh, as I always say, on Friday we do what we want. We can do whatever we want. So that's the best thing. And Terry, how's your morning?
It's great. It is fantastic. I feel good. The market is not so happy, let me tell you. How's your morning going?
Well, the morning was it was good. I went a little bit crazy on my London stream, but I was heavily scalping. But anyway, it was a good morning. The London Open was a little bit upside down. I mean, I will talk about it, but overall, it's good. Like I'm having a good week. And I'm just happy that it's the weekend because I'm already focusing on next week.
Let's go. I can share the schedule for today.
Let's see it.
So today is Friday. You are watching Terry and Tom on the morning push. At 10 to 10:30, you have PineTreeTrader. 10:30 to 11:30, you have Mr. Zinc and his IB strategy. 11:30 to 12:30, you have Husk and Methodical Man, also known as the twins. 12:30 to 1:30, you have Matt Coward, and that is the schedule for today. They're going to kill me for calling them the twins, by the way.
No, I give you the permission because they are absolutely look-alike. I mean, I can't tell who is who. I mean, really, they look exactly the same, guys. But the thing is, it's going to be an amazing day, and we have so much to talk about, right? So
yes, we do. Oh, real quick, I want to remind people about the treasure hunt that's going on across all of our social medias. There will be some special hidden code in there for you to find, and they are limited, you guys. So you want to search for it every day across all of our socials. There'll be a special code for a really big discount. And I thought I found one. Did you see my X account, Tom?
Not sure if today I checked it because I just got back from the gym. So let me just check it.
I'll show you. I was so excited last night because I was like, oh, I found a code, and I circled it. I was like, oh, and then I shared it on X. I wanted everyone to know. Well, guess what? It's not a code. It's a retracement fib line.
Wow.
2% off code. I was so excited. So it's just, I don't know. So if you guys find one, definitely tag us and let us know.
This is very creative, by the way. I mean, I don't know who, I mean, it was it Magnus or Aaron, or I don't know who from MyFundedTV crew, but it's very creative.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was Aaron. It's really fun, you guys. I got into it last night. It just feels like a true treasure hunt. And if you like puzzles, you like to find prizes. It was really fun, even though I got it wrong.
I mean, this is great. So guys, be creative as well. So keep an open mind because these things can pop up anywhere. You never know.
Yes. And I can go over the special giveaways in a little bit here, but let's take a look at the charts.
Yeah, let's see. Just a quick review. I'm going to start with London here. So after 3 a.m., the market eventually, we were on a bearish cycle here, and I was kind of looking for a 3-minute demand zone at 850. So eventually we got that, but I was scalping up and down here in this range at 870, almost took me out. Anyway, long story short, I survived, and so I suffered a bit of a loss here, not too much, and then I survived and took technically reclaim my losses, so back to break even. Eventually went under 850. Quite a bit of a drop overall. So from the top, we went down almost 400 points since technically the pre-London high, and
Wow.
that's like I'm not saying totally unusual, but definitely more than average. So we're just getting lower. There is, I think, a 4-hour swing low at 490 down there, so it's technically just 100 points away. I feel like it could be easily tagged. So if I just switch to the 4-hour, you guys will see it, and I have to zoom out here, so it's not the candle what matters, but you can see on the 4-hour chart that here it is. So we do have a swing low there. We are very close, 100 points away. I feel like, you know, if there are stops, I don't know if there's any, but there could be some sweep happening real soon below the 500 level. So, you know, just keep an eye out for that. And let's just go back to the 5-minute. So usually I'd like to say that, you know, let's go long and take some positions, but because of that level, I would be a little bit scared to take a long position. There is no supply level except on the 1-minute chart here. So I checked the 5-minute, I checked the 15-minute and some major levels, but there's not much into it. So definitely bearish scenario, no structure shifts here. You gotta be really careful. I do like the 714. That's a really nice 1-minute supply zone, and I'm gonna switch to the 1-minute now, but that's the only thing. If by some reason we would be like, I don't know, closing higher than, let's just say, you know, let's go with like, I don't know, 650s, 660s, then maybe I would go for that 714. Otherwise, I just feel like the market will just tank at the market open. So at 9:30 we could be seeing some further drop here. Like 100 points on a day like this, especially at the New York Open, it's nothing for NQ. So it feels, look at that, we're already below the previous low. So now at 580, you know, it can drop 20-30 points in a second. Anyway, we'll be ready. Nothing else here. And as for gold, so about gold is now, I had a long position here on gold, which took the TP. This was a really good trade. I liked it. I actually entered about an hour ago, and this was a really good trade. But the thing is, we switched to the new contract. I'm not sure if you guys who trade gold knowing this, but make sure that you guys are on the June contract. So it's MGCM, the letter M you got to look for. So we are on the new contract. As for levels, not much is happening. No supply zone on the 15-minute, nothing on the 5-minute. It's pretty quiet, by the way. We don't really have any other news. And in terms of demand zones, also nothing. Guys, really absolutely nothing on gold. I would really love to trade it, but maybe just for scalping. So I just had my trade on gold, so I'm definitely going to leave it as it is. And a quick look on ES, same situation, kind of dropping down. I'm going to look for the 4-hour again. Oh yeah, I see that. So we do have an SMT or divergence kind of like happening, but we still have the same 4-hour low, which is down somewhere around 64.06. So that 4-hour swing low could be a potential target for ES as well. You know, got to make sure maybe to put an alert in case ES would go down there faster. We could be looking for a possible SMT reversal on that level, but I just feel like the market wants to tank. There's also relative equal lows if we look back here. So this low was created last year, August. So 25 August, yeah, the 1st of August. And the other one was July 16. So we have relative equal lows on ES as well. You know, could be easily going down. But anyway, focusing on NQ as usual. And, you know, if we're dropping, we can easily catch an extra 20 points, 30 points. But that is all we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I will look over the news for us. So what made the market tank yesterday was Trump making a comment about, I think I will not make a deal with Iran. It's something about that nature. And that is what really just sent the market down and down and down. We are not seeing any de-escalating headline news regarding the war. And as far as the scheduled news, we do have 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, revised U of M consumer sentiment coming in. It is orange folder news, and also the U of M inflation expectations. And then we do have some FOMC members speaking at 11 a.m. and then 11:30 a.m. today. So that is so far what we have for scheduled news.
Yeah, so not much to happen. Yeah, University of Michigan sentiment. Okay, so we'll see. Always got to be careful when somebody from Fed is speaking, but we'll see how that goes. That's gonna be after 10, right? Yeah, exactly, 10 and 10:30.
Yeah.
All right, gonna be fun.
So we will stay vigilant, because any type of headline can send this market up 500 points, down 500 points. It really is very difficult for many people to trade regarding the headline risk. Any suggestions, Tom, on what might help us on a Friday or trading within this environment?
Well, you know, I talked about this earlier in my stream. Like, I think, like, usually I try to reduce the number of trades on my funded accounts on Fridays, right? So that's like, you got to keep the, if you're in a positive vibe throughout the week because you had like overall success and you made some profits, that's good. Even if you're trading on your evals only, tone it down a little bit. There's nothing wrong, by the way, trading on Friday. It's awesome. But like, as we always say, if you are in like a relatively good profit, then maybe don't try to, you know, do a miracle or try to tone it up higher on a Friday. Maybe just tone it down, focus on an eval, or just, you know, trade slow. But if you're down and pretty much in the red on your week, then yes, by all means, you can still keep trading even on your eval. Just don't think that the Friday is going to be the one that is going to make up for all the week, right? So Friday, statistically speaking, guys, and this is kind of like a disbelief and it's a false expectation, basically, that especially new traders think that, okay, I still have time. You know, we still have the Friday. We will make it all back. I'm sorry. You're not. Like, statistically speaking, it's not going to happen like that. And it's possible mathematically, but most likely it's not going to happen. So yes, please do so. If you see an entry, take it. Proper risk management. And if it looks good, obviously, yeah, take it. If you lose, don't worry about it. Focus on next week. So this is not going to be the day to make it all back. Take it slow, basically. Take it slow.
Take it slow. Such a great reminder. It's not trying to make $1 million before lunch. We have plenty of trading opportunities throughout the entire year. This is just one little day. And if we don't get the price movements or the P&L that we want from today, like, it's okay. Don't fight it.
And of course,
Yeah.
And one more thing, like, I forgot to mention this, like, our biggest asset, by the way, is not our funded accounts or personal cash account value. So the biggest asset is not the account. The biggest asset as a trader is your mindset, your confidence in your trading. All right. So on a Friday, you got to be especially aware of those things. So protect your confidence, whatever those results may be on your end. But for example, if you're already like looking good and you had good results throughout the week, the biggest goal on Friday is to keep that positive vibe and keep, because, you know, it's gonna cause you a much better weekend to recharge. So if you do something even worse than maybe you did throughout the week on a Friday, you're gonna carry that negative feeling into your weekend. And of course you can recharge still, but then those, you know, the stress factor is going to be a little bit higher for Monday. Your confidence might going to hurt a little bit there. And, you know, keep your confidence. That's the biggest asset as a trader. right?
Oh, I love that. And you're helping us build our confidence. As you're speaking, I wrote in chat, I was like, morning pep talk from Tom.
This was the
It's
pep
so
talk.
helpful. Yeah, it's really helpful. I can share. Oh my gosh, Pigeon says, do you want to hear something exciting? And Pigeon MFTV wrote 25K rapid. Did you pass?
Oh my gosh. A payout. Getting a payout from 25K tomorrow. Oh my gosh, Pigeon, congratulations. We love that.
I love that. Congratulations, Pigeon.
That is amazing. That is amazing. And you know what? I think you deserve an applause because Pigeon is here every day, just like many of you. And I know he was working a lot for it. Congratulations, Pigeon.
Yes, congratulations. Congratulations. I can share the 25K rapid that Pigeon passed and is getting a payout on. This is so exciting. So it is on sale using code YouTube. This is the 25K rapid plan. This is a daily payout plan. And instead of paying $109, you get it at a great discount of 20% off for only $87. This is the fastest way to get a payout and lowest cost to daily payouts. Also, these accounts you can really run up similar to the pro accounts, which is different than the flex accounts. So this is why people love the rapid account. Also, a big feature of the rapid account, it is 90-10 split, which is fantastic for a daily payout plan on top of everything. It is 20% off any of the rapid plans. So if you like the bigger sizes, the 50K, 100K, 150K, they're all 20% off using code YouTube. And then also the pro accounts are 30% off any of the sizes. And if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures, you get a welcome discount of 50% off any of the pro accounts. So welcome.
Exactly. You got to join us. This is your calling. And by the way, the 25K accounts, ask Mr. Zinc. He's super pro on the 25K accounts. He really likes it. I think his brain is definitely wired on the 25Ks. I did see him like taking payouts left and right from the 25Ks. I did get these questions like, hey, Tom, which one is better, 25K, 50K or whatever? The thing is, mathematically speaking, the 25K is a little bit even easier as long as you can maintain proper risk management. So obviously you got to trade a little bit smaller, but trust me, it's going to pay off at the end.
Yes, exactly. And you can have 5 of the 25K rapids. Pigeon says, yep, with 25K rapid, 1K DD, but it is also easier to pass since only 1,500K to make. Yeah. I like this. I need to try.
Yeah.
Pigeon, you're inspiring us. Thank you. And congratulations. Let us know what you're going to spend your payout on. That is awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah. And thank you so much for sharing. And speaking of sharing, we're still looking for young talent, not just young and old talented minds. If you have a good journey to share, even your first payout, or you just feel like you have a good story for us, please make sure to apply for an application. We would love to call you up for an interview here live on MyFundedTV. Or if you might feel like you could be a good fit into our team, MyFundedTV is looking to expand. We're getting bigger, better, stronger. And even if you don't have a big following in social media, but you feel like you have the energy and the knowledge to share, then we are looking for you. So make sure to apply for the form. We do have a form somewhere, or we will. And you are going to get an interview because, we're getting stronger, better, bigger, right? So, make sure to apply.
Speaking of that, everyone, please smash that like button and also subscribe. Turn on your notifications also so you don't miss any of the short videos where the treasure hunt might be in, and also to see our lovely faces.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, I do love the fact that we have already 104 likes. Thank you so much. These are very good numbers. I think we're averaging better and better numbers here. So thank you, 158 viewers. Amazing. If anyone is obviously you guys, many of you guys are watching us, by the way, on X. I did see it like I kind of checking it every day, and it's so awesome to have more and more viewers on X and TikTok too. Please hop over to YouTube just a few clicks help out the channel, because as we said many times, YouTube feeds on likes. This is how it goes. It's scientific fact. So smash the like, make sure to subscribe, because technically we are getting closer and closer to 70K. I can't wait for it. And more giveaways, more fun, you know.
Yes, and Tom, you'll be dancing.
I will.
Special
I
dance
promise.
for us when we hit 70K.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna dance for you guys. The dance itself, of what kind it's gonna be, it's gonna be a surprise, but you guys will like it, I promise.
And then 80K, you're singing.
At 80K, I am going to sing Frank Sinatra, maybe, I don't know, or Dean Martin, one of those. But that's gonna be amazing, trust me. So
Amazing.
Yeah.
Jan wants you to twerk.
No, maybe at 100K,
You have to prepare yourself for that.
but that's gonna be only for paid subscribers. All right. It's Friday, you know.
It is exactly. We have the best community. I do want to shout out Lucas. Lucas is in our funded trader chat area. So once you become funded with MyFundedFutures, you get to be part of this exclusive area and chit chat with other funded traders, you know, make friends there and ask each other specific questions that might, you know, come up more with funded traders. And so Lucas made this license plate and he's so lucky he got it. I just want to show how passionate our community members are. It's trade. He was able to get the license plate named trade.
I'm going to tell you a secret there, Terry. I also have I'm aiming to get my dream car as well, and I want to get the same license plate as well on my car here. I do. I really want to have the same. I love this license plate. It's amazing.
Yes, I hope you can get it. And maybe if you can't get trade, maybe you can get trades like with a Z.
I have some, I have some combinations, you know, and I'm sure I can get one of those. So I can't wait for it. This is amazing license plate.
Yeah, it's so cool. Everyone is passionate here. I know you guys come every single day. I see your names. Yeah, it's really fun, isn't it, Tom?
Oh, it is. It is.
To be part of a community. It's really nice.
It's just the vibes are absolutely great. I can't tell you guys how much I'm feeling blessed that I can be here with the team, with MyFundedTV, with you guys in the chat. And we're not just having fun, but it's so good to learn from the other hosts here. And I'm also learning from the community as well a lot. So I'm always gathering some small information pieces every now and then. It's just, you know, I'm in the right spot here. So thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Tom. You're the best. Tom and I are always like, oh, I'm so thankful for you.
No, you're the best, Terry.
For real, Tom and I, we're like, yeah. It's the Tom and Terry show. So speaking of amazing, wonderful things that we love about MyFundedFutures, this is another giveaway that MyFundedFutures is doing. So 5 accounts per day. So let's check the schedule. Today is Friday. So today it's going to be on TikTok. There will be a special form that you can get your name on, and then you have a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures. So we have this special giveaway every single hour within chat. We also have the form giveaway there. So that's a second giveaway. A third giveaway is the treasure hunt in every single one of our socials. So that's 3 different ones. And yeah, lots of gifts from MyFundedFutures because you guys come and smash that like button every day. So thank you so much.
I'm telling you guys, I would be completely lost without Terry, because she tracks all these giveaways, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, let's do it. Like I lost track a long time ago. We have so many things going on. Like I don't even know. I mean, one thing I'm sure that once we reach the 70K, I'm gonna ask for a double giveaway from Luke. So you know,
Nice.
we'll see.
I love it. Tom did a great job last time. Like you really did.
We will double those numbers.
Yeah. So like yesterday we were talking and Tom's like, I'm going to get us 50 accounts.
Yeah, 50 accounts, guys.
50 accounts. And I was like, oh, dang.
I as I said, I can feel the heat from Fabio and Luke, like, uh-oh, Tom, that's not your territory, but I don't care, guys. I mean, I can take it. So let's aim for 50 gift accounts.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, because you guys, Tom said this on air live.
Yeah, I'm gonna get punished for this. This is not. I have, guys. Honestly, I am super honest. I have no authorization to say this, so I just said it. So anyway, I'm gonna get punished.
Tom goes to bat for us.
Yeah. All
so
right.
Market is going to open in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, and so far we actually pumped a little bit higher here, not too much. Well, actually, how much? 70 points went higher, so we just reached that level that I was talking about earlier. So 657 now. You know, we can actually sweep this level, and then as a fake out move, we can still continue to drop lower. I'm not sure. I'm not going to do anything right now. I mean, not before the market open. If we would close, actually, let me dive down to the 1 minute chart. So this is the 1 minute here. If we can close higher than, for example, the 660, then maybe, but we need to stay there for at least a couple of more minutes, and we need some extra displacement. Then I will be looking to get to that 700-ish area, maybe. Okay. But yeah, that's a risky one. If it just fakes out with the wick and then starts to drop, then 490. So we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see us push a little higher, at least go towards that VWAP some.
Oh yeah, we want to have that VWAP up there. Actually, how much time? Since, okay, it was in London session. Okay, last time it tagged it in the London session, and ever since then we're just dropping. Definitely bearish scenario still, but okay, gotta be watching the headlines as well. But I don't see anything special. So yeah, about those Fed members talking. So I know it's like a yellow folder news on Forex Factory, and I know this is not practically like a huge deal, but even just one sentence about rate cuts or inflation can change the whole narrative. So it's you got to be a little bit careful when Fed members are speaking.
Yeah. There were a lot of people that said yesterday, like, I can't trade this. Like, all the headlines, like, forget it. Any edge that I have with my strategy, it just like goes out the door if someone just says one little thing, and the market is just so sensitive right now. Yeah,
but again, you know, without the headlines, without those, because these are the kind of catalyst things that are actually moving the market. Without those headlines, we couldn't really trade as that much, right? So we kind of need it. We need those headlines, but maybe I don't know, we got to find a midway there. So that's why I like for example, I do like the 8:30 news releases, because I'm not trading those, and at least if there's nothing else for the day, we can see some decent action happening after the 9:30 open. So for example, when there is, so yeah, if there's any news release at 8:30, it's easy, because I'm just not going to trade until after 9:30, because I don't care about those news.
Okay. Well, so far the market on open, the two candles, they're green. They're pushing green. Okay, the market's going to open in about 15 seconds here.
Buckle in, everybody, and good luck. Hold your breath, and you know, good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck. Oh my gosh. Good luck. Here it comes. The market is open for business. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Yesterday we were tricked, remember? We were like, I want to go for a long, and then the market just like tanked. I think you called it right though, Tom. I was like, I was looking for us to go test yesterday's low, which I'm feeling the same way about today.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I am, but you know.
Oh, well, you know, it was tricky though. So you're right. It was a little bit tricky, and nothing surprising is happening right now. It feels like it wants to push a little bit higher.
Yeah.
A little bit surprised.
Yeah, too. I'm going to be bold. I'm going to hop in long with 1 micro, and I am looking to target that yesterday's low price. I just think the market has sold off so much. It doesn't mean it can't just keep going lower, but I know statistically there is an edge in retracing back to the midnight opening price, which is much higher than where
You know
we're
what?
at.
I like the idea, by the way. There is a bullish order block here, and you know, it looks kind of cool.
Wow. So the midnight opening price, oh my gosh, the midnight opening price is way up there. It's like towards the high of day. It's 916. So I'm definitely not targeting that, but hoping that we get some consolidation here. Oof, I might get ran over.
It's still all right. So I'm zooming in on the 1 minute chart here a little bit more, and I'm kind of trying to. So here's an order block. Yeah. So 921, 922, 923. We took out the order block now, and if we close below 619, okay, we closed below, which it might not be the best thing. But yeah, we're still dropping a little bit there.
We are. Oh my
are.
gosh. This is such a juicy red candle and I'm on the wrong side. Dang it.
Don't worry, Terry. It's not over until it's not over. But right now we are going lower.
We are going lower. My stop is below the overnight low.
Okay. It could be just a fake out. You know, this could be the fake out sequence here. We took some liquidity from a small 1 minute gap here, squeezing out some longs maybe, and then tries to push it back up there. I still don't have enough confirmation to take either of these sides. I do love the 490 down there, but I also like the 714, and we are right in the middle, excuse me. So we're right in the middle. I just can't make the decision at this point. I really would like to take one of these targets because we will take one of these targets today. I'm just not sure which one.
Yeah, and maybe we will go lower. Like maybe. The range, the overnight range is what, 400 points total so far.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's check the 5 minute. Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, I might going to jump into a short here. I'm not sure. Okay, I jumped into a short, and I'm trying to take it off. So this is going to be a scalp again. I'm trying to go for the swing low here at 576. Because
576
576, yeah, I want that level. This is just a very small position. I need to put a stop here. Negative stop loss. Don't worry, guys, I'm monitoring it closely, but I was like, it should be taking out. This is a scalp trade. This is a scalp trade. It's not like a regular trade on my end, but if it sweeps that level, okay,
it went there. Good job, Tom.
It went there.
Good for you. Let's go.
It was.
You guys. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna try again. Don't worry.
This was just a scalp trade, nothing more. It's more like the thing is, what's gonna happen now? So this could be also a fake out here. What if the market is just gonna shake out the longs and turn around? We can still see a V-shaped recovery. But my, oh my, we are getting closer to that 490 level. Guys, this is just flushing down right now. I wanted to see, so at the exact moment when we took that 574, I thought that we are immediately going to bounce up there and going to start a V-shaped recovery. It's not happening now, guys. It's not happening. No. And once we close below 550, then it's settled. Then we could be flushing down to 500. And I don't want to chase it. So if it bounces a little bit higher and creates some sort of a formation like a structure, maybe I will jump in. Look at that. We're below 550 now.
This is giving me some deja vu from last week on Friday. Remember, like, because we've had so many Fridays where it's just kept selling off. And I was like, last week on Friday, I was like, at what point, does the market like price in this war? And like here we are even lower on another Friday. So if not wanting to go into the weekend long, I mean, so far.
Yeah. So I feel like we might have been underestimating the consequences and the ripple effects of this Iranian war. So let's assume, I mean, we talked about what are the possibilities if there's going to be a peace deal, about crude oil and everything, but like, what if the market is slowly shifting in the big picture, like on the weekly or on the monthly, we are shifting into a bearish market. And this is like a good catalyst, because it seems like when everything is going to be restored, not just talking about oil, but like trades and everything. So it could take several months or maybe longer. And I feel like it's not eventually good for the markets, but I'm just speculating. I'm just talking out loud here. So what if the big players, the big players, the institutional players up there, like kind of liquidating their positions or like changing the side here, and that's why the bulls are just unable to recover that fast. I don't know. Anyway,
right. It could be. What comes to my mind is the energy crisis that the leader of the IEA was talking about, that this is actually going to be bigger than what people are expecting, because it's going to take time for it to rebound. And I wonder if that is part of like why the market has just been continuing to sell off. Yeah.
Well, it could be the reason. And but anyway, we actually on the 1 minute chart, we went up there and repriced a 1 minute fair value gap, which is setting up for a possible short opportunity. There are many ways to take this, but look at that. Are we seeing recovery here?
It's pushing back hard.
Yeah, it's pushing it back. And the so-called famous first fair value gap for ICT traders is up there, right there, somewhere around 617. Look at that. I feel like it wants to tag it. For a quick scalp, 617 is pretty close. Maybe I'm going to take it. Who knows? 617. I'm jumping in to a long.
Oh, I was going to say for a long. Yeah, I want to try again.
Jumped into a long position. Oops, it's a little bit heavy. So it's 5 micros, but I'm okay. 16.75. I want to see the first presentation gap being tagged. Oh my gosh, it's heavy. Okay, I'm not feeling comfortable with this. When does it start? Okay, the high is 17.50 here. I'm gonna zoom in on this. So I'm looking for.
I'm in long. Oh, shoot.
You're in long. All right. I'm gonna put my stop lower, but my finger is on the close button here. 5 micros. I'm looking to tag that first gap there. So that's all. It's a scalp position, guys. Okay. Don't hold your breath on it, because this could be tricky. It can also take the elevator any second now. Almost there.
I'm in long 2 micros.
Oh, let's go. My TP is 1675. Come on, just a little bit more.
Go.
Oh my gosh, it's rejecting. Come on. We need it.
Tom said so.
We need that.
Let me take a look at ES. ES is also bouncing off of the low. YM also looks the same, but the candle is still red on the 5 minute chart.
Come on, NQ. Come on. Don't play with us. I know you can do it. NQ.
Yeah, you can do it.
I mean,
you can do it.
How hard can it be? Just one little push. That's all we need, right?
Yeah, it looks good. Okay, I'm zooming out on the 30-minute candle. I'd love it for us to break above like all of those highs on the 30-minute candle.
It could be picking up liquidity lower, so I'm not surprised on that, but I need an immediate push to that 616. That's why I don't. So this is the problem with scalping, by the way, because it actually can break your mind so easily.
Yeah, it really can.
There you go. Yay! We took it. Nice. All right.
Oh, W's for Tom.
So we tagged, actually, the high was 7. Okay, so we tagged actually we didn't. So the high is 17.50 and this was 17. So we technically didn't go back to the gap yet, but now we went back to the gap. All right, let's go.
Yeah!
Let's go.
Go. Trevor said Tom's on fire.
We are on fire. Terry's on fire. We are on fire. Everybody's on fire right now. And by the way, so let me just say something. I'm going to dedicate this, by the way. I know, because I used to troll ICT a lot. I learned a lot from ICT, all right? But I'm going to dedicate this one to him because I'm not following him since 2022, but I do know that the first presentation gap concept. So in my understanding, this is kind of like an anchor point when the market is a little bit like indecisive, like, you know, where to go, what to do. So if I see that it's pushing back into that first presentation gap, I usually like to take a scalp, by the way. It's not like a strategy, but maybe we can call it a strategy. I don't know. But if the market is indecisive and the gap is left untagged, there's a form, everybody. There's a form. Act quick. Gotta be super quick. Fill out the form. You have 60 seconds or maybe 2 minutes, whatever. Just fill it out and make sure to stay until the end of the segment. Winners are going to be announced. If you're not here, then we are going to re-roll your prize. So
yes,
anyway,
and you'll be sad. So don't.
Then you'll be sad.
Be happy.
Don't be sad. So as I was saying, I wasn't really following the concepts, but I do I don't know. I do see some relevance into this first presentation gap, like the market likes to anchor around it when it's not really doing the thing anyway.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for teaching us that.
Well, it's Michael Huddleston's concepts. It's not mine. I don't know who came up with it first, by the way. Yeah, I had to troll him a little bit. So I don't know who came up with first with this one, but I do like it. And I usually use it for scalping, nothing more. So it's not my bread and butter, but yeah. It worked now. It worked really good. And by the way, if we would close higher than 629-ish, so higher than the first presentation gap, so yeah, let's go 630, then I would consider that as a possible shift to go bullish. And because then I would think we would have like at least around a 70% chance or higher that we're going to make a new high. So we're going to take the opening range high at 665. So we're going to keep an eye on that and we'll see how the market will react.
It's pushing. Bulls are really trying. It's looking like it wants to put in a doji in this 5-minute candle. Yeah, I'm with you, Tom. If we can break above that opening range high in the first 5-minute candle, that would be sweet.
Yes,
I have my TP at 711. I'm still in the trade with 2 micros long.
711, 711 is your TP up there. Wow.
Yes, 711. I have to go get my diet soda.
Yes.
I do like to do that after the show. I like to go get a Diet Pepsi or a Diet Coke.
That's the daily routine for Terry. Let's get diet soda after the stream.
Is this a fair value? Is this a fair value gap to the left or no?
Yes.
It is. Excellent.
Yes, it's a fair value gap. And you know, what makes it a little bit interesting is that it got rejected around the mid-level of that gap, actually. So that just gives me like an idea that if it got rejected in the middle, then the market may try once more. We'll try to push it through. So if we can close above the 630, then, you know, there's a good chance to not just to break the opening range high, but go for that 711, right? Mm-hmm.
That would make me very happy.
Yeah.
It really would.
There you go. Look at that. Here's the push. Here's the push. And let's go. W's for Terry.
Going.
And
I'm going to hodl it. I know I got burned a few times, I feel like this week, because I was trying to hodl it, but I'm going to try and hodl this one.
I think this is looking really good right now. As I said, once we close higher than 630, that would be good. Okay, Don't worry, guys. It's just a bit of a rejection. Nothing is settled yet. All we need is any candle to close higher than 630. So, no, look at that.
I like it.
It's fighting. It's fighting its way.
Come on, bulls. I just remember being like a newer trader, intermediate trader, and where the market would be down like this, and I would short, and the trade would work in my direction like right away, and then the market would reverse on me, which was so frustrating. Like as a newer trader or intermediate trader, I mean any type of right, any skill level, it's so frustrating when the market goes in your direction and then it reverses. I'm wondering if that's the type of morning that we're having, where it's like that initial push is lower, and then we just get that gap fill.
Yeah, that's a good question. And you know, if we're not talking about these scalp trades that we took, overall, I'm still kind of, you know, I'm tempted to jump into like a quote unquote a regular trade of mine, which would be aiming for that. I might gonna aim for the same 7-11 level up there.
Do it.
I'm a chicken a little bit, like pok, 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 you know, I'm a little bit like scared. And I'm just waiting because, you know, I don't know. I want to wait a little bit more. I want to wait. Okay. Or maybe should I enter with Terry
really
here?
You're really good about confirmation. Like I tend to be, I just jump in at first. So I'm like, I'm going.
I do get that. I know. I do get that a lot. Like, hey, Tom, you're waiting for so much confirmation. You're missing the trade. I don't care, guys. If I can get an extra 20 points, like you guys can get 200 points. And that's amazing. I'm happy with 20. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Like you're willing to give up some price for that confirmation.
Yes. Yeah. Obviously, I have to keep a proper stop and risk on it. But like... yeah, so I need more, but I'm liking it. We closed above the 630. We could be seeing a bit of a pullback down to 615 and lower. Don't be scared about that. That's fine. Actually, let me check on something. Okay.
Come on. We really need to break that 5-minute orb high for me to feel very confident. I do like that every single one of these candles, since we made that low at 529, it has been a higher high and a higher low. Like we're just stair stepping up. So I do like that. That's very encouraging.
I want to jump into a trade. I want to jump in so bad. You know what, guys? I can actually do that, right? I can do that with 1 micro. I made some profits today, so I'm fine.
You did.
So I jumped in with I jumped in with 1 micro. My TP is going to be at 709. No, I'm gonna put it to 711. You know, 700. 7-11, and I'm gonna play hardball. I might going to add 1 more micro to this trade, but that is going to be, let me just get this off. So on the 2-minute chart, usually I don't trade on the 2-minute chart, but this hold on a second, I have to check something. Low is 79.75, 79, what? Okay. This is a swing low. Okay, so this is a valid level down. I'm going to add 1 more micro at 595.25. Oh my gosh. 595.50. I'm adding 1 more micro to the trade. Because the candle at the 942 on the 2-minute chart is actually an order block, or you can call it demand zone, whatever. If it is, maybe it's not, but if it is, it should be bouncing from that level, from that 595. So I got tagged in now. Okay, 2 micros. Oh my gosh, it's getting more heavier. It's getting more heavier. So I got tagged in.
Dang it! If this reverses, I'm gonna have to get 2 Diet Cokes.
Okay, so if this reverses, I'm gonna call Terry after the stream. I'm gonna cry a little bit, and I'm just gonna go on with my day. So.
Oh, it's reversing on us. Come on,
what's happening?
Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh my gosh. Market, what are you doing? It's fine, guys.
Being wild.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry.
Booked some profits. I'm gonna trade. That's awesome. I have heard from some traders that in this type of environment, scalping is really the way to go. Like, what do you think about that? Because like, I'm not scalping. This is not a scalp with like micros, but some people are finding lots of success scalping.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think so too. Like in this environment, like when the market can turn so drastically, yeah, maybe scalping is the way to go. I have to close down this trade, guys. Oof. So I closed it. But I'm still in profit, by the way, but I closed it down. But okay. Yeah.
I do see a headline that came in. It says Iran steel plants in Isfahan targeted by U.S.-Israel strikes. Oof. Okay, I'm going to close mine out too.
I jumped into a sell. I was reading the headline as well. I jumped into a sell with 4 micros. This is heavy trading I'm doing here.
Okay, you trade for me, Tom.
All right.
I'm tapping out. No, Tom.
No, actually,
I mean, this is the market is reading that headline and it does not like it, right? People are selling, and I believe because of that headline. That headline came in about 2 minutes ago.
Oh yeah. So far, not the best news across the board, and I feel like it might want to sweep some more stops on the downside there. So my TP is at 33, only with 4 micros, so not a big deal, but
it's going.
We'll see. I don't even have a stop loss yet, so I need to put a stop loss somewhere.
Oh yeah, you must.
I must. So I put a stop loss. Stop is way higher, but don't worry, guys. My finger is on the close button there, and I'm actually ready to add 1 more micro. I know I'm going a little bit crazy here on this one, but I just really would love to see the sweep below 533. And this is a scalp trade again.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, people are selling on this candle. My goodness. It's taken out almost all 3 candles. We're about to make a new low.
My gosh.
There it goes. Wow.
There it goes. Okay, wow. So 490, and it could be flushing down to take out that 4-hour low. So I've almost recovered my previous loss. So it's good. Actually, this account is really good. Up $375. That's fine. I'm okay with this. I don't think I should be pushing it more on this account. So
W's for Tom, you guys.
I went a little bit crazy. I mean, usually it's Friday, and let me just say this, like I don't like scalping, as I really don't. I would say scalping for me sometimes it's a necessity. Like sometimes I feel like I need to, but I don't like. It's not my type of thing.
It's so interesting because I feel like you're really good at it.
I wish I could say it all the time, but like the market is tricky. And back to your question, like in this environment, yes, as I said, it could be a necessity. Like it could be something that you might need to. You never need to do anything, by the way. So that's the good thing. So you don't need to scalp. If it's just not turning out to be good, you can always do one thing: sit back and relax, and just leave the computer, or the more expensive way is to smash your monitors. All right, but you need a hammer or something, and it's more expensive than buying another eval. So please don't do that. But that's another solution.
Oh my goodness, look at this candle.
Yeah, 490 is gonna get tagged.
More lows.
Yeah, 490 should be taken out here. Maybe not in the next few seconds, but 490 is sweating there. Stops below 490 are screaming. So they're going to get taken out. I can't jump in. As soon as I would jump into a sell here, it would bounce 50 points immediately. So I just can't.
No.
Yeah, no, I
You're
can't.
not going to take one for the longs today. You're not going to sacrifice your profits today.
No, I'm not going to sacrifice the profits. But guys, this is exactly the way I kept losing funded accounts and evals. Exactly. I kind of knew it that the price will take that level. And I jumped in with a heavy position many times in the same exact situation like this. I was like, okay, let's go with the mini or 2 minis. Oh, it's going to go down. Immediately as I pushed the sell button, it bounced 50 points, 100 points, and account is gone. So, you know, it's just, I would love to do it, but I can't. I said it took me quite a few months until I persuaded myself, like, okay, no more of that, no more. But hey, guys, if anyone is holding a short position, good for you. I think 490 is gonna get obliterated here completely. 490 is gonna be gone soon.
Oh wow. You Bakrare passed his or hers eval. Congratulations.
Oh, let's go. Yeah. Congratulations on passing the evaluation account. Let's go. Nice. 490 tagged. So it's done. Guys. Yeah. It's done.
This is the type of environment where you really have to listen to what the market's telling you, because anytime a headline comes out, like, we don't have control over that, right? Like, you might have a very good idea, like, oh, okay, I'm going to target the midnight opening price, or I'm going to target the VWAP, and then a headline comes out. It's like, you have to respect that, because if you don't, like, your account is gone, like, for sure.
Yeah. Someone was asking, can we see ES? Sure. Here's ES. You know, the interesting thing, look at that. ES didn't go down for that 4-hour low. So it didn't go. So can we say that this is an SMT with ES on the 4-hour? So there's the divergence. ES did not drop down to 64.06, which kind of, you know, gives us the idea that NQ could be bouncing back up there. But yeah, ES is now 64.60, and this 4-hour swing low is still not being tagged. So yeah, but the thing is about ES, and let me go to the 5-minute here on ES, is that there's nothing. So we are at, except for that level at 64.06, we are at no man's land currently. And just FYI, right now this current drop created a supply zone here on the 5-minute. So we just created the 5-minute supply zone. What does that mean? Nothing special so far. If the price, if we would go back, hold on, where's that? So if we would go back up there to that 64.74-ish level, we could expect a further drop. But yeah, it doesn't really mean anything right now. It just means that we're dropping. So this is a very strong indication that we're pushing lower. Yeah.
Okay.
On ES. Okay. Yeah. So hope you guys are doing some good profits. If not, don't worry about it. It's Friday. And oh my gosh, I'm seeing that our time is almost up, and PineTree is already in the backstage.
Yes, exactly. Any last minute thoughts before we head out for the weekend, Tom?
Well, last minute thoughts on my end is that again, I cannot state that enough, how much I feel like I'm feeling super blessed to be here with you guys, with the chat, with MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. Thank you so much for everything. And I think we had a great week. And of course, thank you, Terry, because I think I have the best co-host. We are absolutely brainstorming with ideas here for you guys, so make sure to stick around for the rest of the day. Yeah, there you go, there's the sign. Stick around for the rest of the day because it's gonna be awesome. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, Tom, I feel the exact same way. I'm so thankful for you every single day, and thankful for all of you listening, watching on all of our socials. We're streaming live on YouTube, on X, on TikTok. So thank you so much for coming in here every single morning, smashing that like button and spending the morning with Tom and me. Up next is PineTreeTrader. Please give him a very warm welcome. Bye, guys. We'll see you on Monday.
Bye, everyone.
Yo, what's happening, everyone? What is going on? So the market, angry, very angry. Let me pull up the chat here. Oops, sorry about that. Here we go. So what is happening? How you guys doing? You guys doing all right? We are pushing down. Trying to get a little reversal here, though. 444. It's getting a bounce at the moment, but took a little bear flag break on this rapid account, up 415. If you guys were on my stream last night, I took a payout from a MyFundedFutures rapid account. Let me just show that real quick. Check that out. I actually just made a video about it as well. So $1,310 out of the daily payout rapid account. And I want you to notice the times here. Look how fast I got paid. Sub-seconds, guys. Sub-seconds. It was out of my account and then payment sent. And I actually showed it on my stream where it was in my bank account within minutes. It was in my bank account. So win there. Absolutely a win there. You can't beat that. And that's with the rapid. So pretty awesome, right? Now I'm working on a rapid account, eval here. Let's go. See Trader in the house. Bear Trader. I see Bear Trader in the house. What's going on? Simple Trader. Thank you so much. Yeah. So now we're trying to sling some contracts here. Putting in maybe a Harami. Bounce here at 23,444. I might try to take a reversal with 1 micro. You know, the volatility is right up there. I only need a few $100s more to hit 50% consistency on this account. So, Son of Wall Street, Rohan, what's going on? Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. It is Friday. It's Friday. The sun is out. Life is good. All right. Getting payouts. All right, getting that bounce here. I'm looking for an entry. I could try to take one off this outside bar on a 2-minute. I'm going to try it. Long. Oop, got oh, shoot. Sorry. My bad. Stop goes down below. I'm going to look for a little long here. Let's see if we can catch the falling knife. We broke this outside bar to the upside. Let me go to the MNQ chart here. Here we go. Just 1 micro. The stop's going to go at the low, so very wide stop. Well, that's why I'm in 1 micro. And if we push, I'm going to keep adding into this. So I got a little instant stop out there. I had the bracket set to a little too close. Let's see if we can get that little push up. Lost a little bit on that. So outside bar long on a 2-minute chart. This is really not meant for a big reversal. A higher time frame. You know, you're looking at a little more power, like on a 5-minute or even 15 or 10 or whatever you're trading on. But so possible front running this Harami here. Market looking very dumpy though. So we'll see. Let's see if we can get a push back up into that 23,050 area. Do have these fair value gaps as resistance. You know, front run this one here. 23,040. Very, very volatile. It's 10 points. Looking for more. Looking for more. Could be putting in a big bear flag as well. Gonna accept the risk down at the low. That's the key. You hear a lot of good traders talking about how your stop's got to go where the stop's got to go, especially with your strategy. And the key is to not use all your bullets on one trade. You know, that's the key. Okay, 5-minute Harami here. I want to see 520s break. If 520s break, I might actually add into this. There's 10 points. Come on. Inside bar on a 2-minute. I don't really trade the inside bars on 2 minutes. I do like the outside bars, though. I want to see 520 break for the momentum. Bear flagging, though. Bear flagging. It's one of those trades you got to be patient with. How you guys doing this morning? You guys, is this a risky trade? It's all risky. All risky. Yeah, definitely. All risky. Smash the like buttons. Yes, C-Trader, smash that like button. Thank you so much. Guys, make sure you follow us on TikTok. They're giving away some Easter egg giveaways, things like that on TikTok. So make sure you follow us TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, X, all that good stuff. Give me a follow on TikTok too. I'm on TikTok, PineTreeTrader. You guys can follow me. I actually just put out a MyFundedFutures video on my own stream. So give us, if you're going to follow MyFundedFutures on TikTok, give me a follow as well. I appreciate that. And give all the hosts a follow. Most of us are all on TikTok. I'm on there doing dances and things. So, you know, that's worth a watch. That's definitely worth a watch. Come on, NASDAQ. Break that 20 level. Break that Harami. So I'm trying to front run it based off the 2-minute. Normally, like the 2-minute is something that I just started trading maybe a week and a half ago to try to look for some scalps and things like that. And generally, I just trade off the 5. Or I've traded off the 5 for the last few years. But I switched to the 2-minute just because of streaming and things like that, and looking for a little more action as I scalp. Little bear flag looking like it's trying to break on the 2-minute to the downside. But stops in place, 23,442.75. That's where the stop's at. Haven't mentioned the Finet today. Yeah, so not many lines. So we did actually just get the rejection there for a little scalp. You can see by the tick there, 520s off that Finet fair value gap. So you can see right there, right where I bought. But taking a break of that 2-minute outside bar. So it's kind of contradicting both my strategies, right? And it's one of those deals where sometimes you just, you pick your strategy, you pick your poison, and then go with it. Where trying to pick the reversal off this giant 2-minute outside bar. But it did look at that rejection right off that 520 area. And, you could have got a nice 20 points out of it so far, and maybe more off that 2-minute fair value gap rejection. 50% retracement on the 2-minute fair value gap puts in this line. This is an indicator right here. It's called the Finet fair value gap. It's free on the community indicators on Tradeovate. I threw it on there one night and kind of as a joke, and it's something I've been using quite often, scalping back and forth. Matter of fact, I used it a lot trying to get over the intraday trailing drawdown on that MyFundedFutures Rapid account that I just took that $1,300 payout on yesterday. So yeah, so that's what I've been using. Inside bar all. Yeah, we also have an inside bar on a 5-minute chart. Really would like to see because I'm already long. I'd really like to see this break that 520s. That could be a nice winner here if it wants to break. So inside bar, Harami, break. Oof. It's one of those deals where I'm already long, but if I wasn't, I'd be looking for that break for a little more confirmation, looking for the breakout. But we'll stick with it. We'll stick with it. See what the market wants to do. Take a look at ES here. Let's take a look at ES real quick. Little inside bar breakdown to the downside on ES. Possible another inside bar here. Love to see ES hold this level as well. Let's take a look at gold real quick. Gold pushing higher. And I would imagine, yeah, CL obviously took off last night, which is why the market sold off. So the market's been fearing the oil. And like that's what the market's been doing, right? It's inversing oil. So, all right, come on. Come on, break that 20s. All right, there's the break of 20s. Come on. Keep going. Gonna front run this Fernet fair value gap up here, 538. There's 20 points right there. Come on. Looking for a little more. Oh, there we go. Never a doubt. Never a doubt. $34 points, guys. 34 points, and then rejecting off that Fernet fair value gap. You can see right here, it's rejecting now. Negative R&R trade, obviously, but you know that's perfectly fine. If your win rate is high enough, it's okay to have a negative R&R. I've talked about this a lot, where I end up scalping a lot in this market. So I just been scalping, looking for 5, 10 points, 15 points. So W's in the chat, guys. 34 points. We'll take it. And then you can see the rejection. So talk about the Fernet fair value gap on the 2-minute chart. I've been looking for 10-point scalps, 15-point scalps during Asia off these levels. You can see right here, if you're someone that likes to do some scalping, you can see the rejection right off that. And you could have got a max profit of 40 points. You can see it rejecting again right off this level. So if you're looking for a simple scalping technique and you don't want to sit through all the ICT videos, the Fernet fair value gap indicator has been popping off, and you can see we pretty much took profit right at that that line there. I've been calling these the pine lines now. I'm just like Michael Huddleston has changed all the lingo for all the stuff for ICT for the last 50 years. I'm changing these to the pine lines. So these are the pine lines. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But yeah, let's go. Look at that rejection there. So nice little profit there. Let's take a look. I am up 451 now. I need to make, well, I can make 750, right? So $750 for 50% to pass this, to get 50% on this Rapid account. And I want to say to you guys, I picked up this account today for $87 all in cost. So reinvested some of the $1,300 payout I got yesterday on the Rapid and picked up a Rapid for 87 bucks. So pretty good return on investment, right? You know, reinvesting back into my, into the prop, my prop portfolio. So how do you trade inside Harami candles like this? Okay, I don't trade the inside. I don't trade the Haramis off the 2-minute. Personally, I don't look at them. I trade the 5-minute Haramis. And it's very simple. I take the break, just like right at that 520. So I would look for the long here off the break. It's a momentum trade, and it's also looking for the reversal of the market. I wait for the sweep of the low, or if we break a high, make a new high for the session, and then it puts in this harami. So the body opens and closes within the body of that previous candle. So simply looking for the long, stop goes below. And then you can just, you can look for, you do your own discretion when you look for profits. This is something that Tom Hugard talks about, trader Tom Hugard, the author of The Best Loser Wins. Even when you watch him live trade, he never like, or talks about systematic trades. He never talks about where to take profit or, things like that, because you never know what the market's going to give you, right? But you got to know where your stop loss is going to be. I think that's key. That's the number one thing for me, is knowing when my stop loss is going to be. And then, you can look for a 1-to-1. You can look for a 2R. So often, well, now let's see what happens today. We don't know. No one knows. Even if they tell you they know, they don't know. So often will I see a candle just like this be the low of the day. Now, will it be the low of the day? I don't know. But I call this my one trade a day system, where it puts in the 5-minute harami candle. You take the break, and then you look for maybe 50% retracement. Maybe you look for something, an open gap or something that hasn't been run to the upside or downside. It all depends on, you can flip-flop this. You can flip this around. This can be you can have this harami candle up here and then look for the short. Or you can just look for a 1-to-1. It's kind of one of those things where you do your own type of, you look left and then try to figure out where you want your profit target to be. You could look at you can look up here, maybe, like maybe we heading to this next fair value gap, 50% retracement on a 2-minute chart, right around that 586 level, 580s, that kind of stuff. Now, you can go and you can look at an hourly chart too. Maybe we have an inside bar or something like that it needs to be run. It's just, I'm just giving you guys some ideas on like where to possibly look for targets. Do we run this gap? All that kind of stuff. So, there's a lot of different ways to trade it, but it's always, you take the break, stop goes below. So in this case, you go long and then stop goes below that purple candle. So that's it. And right now, you've gotten a pretty decent trade out of it so far, 43 points. I will very often, if I'm trading aggressively, will look for this trade right here, and I end up passing an account or getting 50% in one shot, or getting the consistency on a funded account as well. So any more questions for me, guys? Appreciate that question. Took a nice 30-point trade there on a Friday. That's not too bad. Now, do I need to get 50% consistency on this account? No, I don't. But would it be nice? Sure. Because with a rapid account, you can get paid in, well, you can actually start to qualify for a payout in as little as 2 days, because with MyFundedFutures, you can actually activate the account the same day as you pass it. So if I hit 50% today, and then let's just say I hit 50% on Monday morning, let's say I hit 50% Monday morning when I'm back on stream, and end up, I can activate the account and then work towards getting that payout on day one. So that's pretty cool, right? That is one of the fastest, if not the fastest, on the prop streets right now to be able to, I believe it is the fastest. To be able to work towards a payout in 2 days without a, pretty awesome. So Thank you. Hey, Trader Mo's in the house. What's going on? Yeah, no problem. So far, playing out really well. Of course, I'm having that FOMO now. Like, should I still be in this? But it's okay. You know, that's the dilemma of being a scalper right now. In this market, I've been finding that scalping's been working really well because we really haven't been getting those expansions and things like that when you're looking for those breakout trades. Have you guys been struggling in this market? I mean, I've been struggling a bit this week. I'll be fully honest with you guys. Yeah, I've been struggling. A nice payout to cap the week, which is a bonus, but yeah, I mean, I haven't felt really great about my trading. The only thing that I felt good about what has been scalping like 10, 15 points. And of course, like if you're a scalper, you have to say, well, if I take 10, 15 points and then it goes against and it keeps going, that's just something that you gotta have to deal with, you know? So, and then, you know, when you're in a nice trade, so say you're in a nice trade like this, and it's going in your favor and it's possibly pushing up to that 50% retracement of the range or something like that, and you're looking to take profits, and then all of a sudden you get a tweet, and then the market will dump 300 points, you know, like that's the risk you have to take. And you know, that's the things that we're dealing with in this market. And you know, what you want to do is just be able to make sure you have your stops in place too. Like not financial advice, but make sure you're having your stops in place. Let's take a look at gold here. Gold pushing higher. Really no setups right now. Another thing that I've been loving right now is all right, here's another little nugget, guys. If you're interested in this, the Pine Lines fair value gap, but Finet is 5-minute gold. 5-minute gold. So on the Finet fair value gap on NASDAQ, I've been liking the 2-minute, but on gold, what I've noticed is these fair value gaps. Now, maybe you could switch to 2-minute. I haven't looked at it on gold and get some nice trades, but the bounces and the rejections off from these levels has been money. So if you guys are gold traders and you're looking for something, take a look. All right. All hindsight, of course. I'm not trying to sell you guys anything. I am just showing you what I found on this free indicator that's on Tradeovate. Look at this bounce here from gold off this fair value gap from 326 at 8:30 p.m. You can see it put in a massive fair value gap. It came right down to it. It wicked just below it. You didn't take that much heat, just a few points, and then it bounced and it hasn't looked back. Then it puts in this 5-minute fair value gap. It pulls back and then bounces by the tick. Almost. I mean, there's a little gap there, but I mean, pretty much by the tick. And this is the micro too. If I switch to GC, it probably looks a little bit different because when I chart off the minis usually. So, but yeah, look at that bounce right off that. So absolutely wild. So over the weekend, if you want to do a little homework, you know, just check out this Finet fair value gap. Like it might just help you out. I don't know. I've been using it. It's kind of crazy. I made a joke on my stream. I'm like, I'm now an ICT trader, I guess. But I'm calling them the Pine Lines. But yeah, I mean, these 2 minutes and the 5 minutes, 50%, all it does is make a line, 50% retracement of the candles. So you got 50%. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button again. Come on. It's Friday. I know. I'm tired. Here's the button. So say this gap right here and see how it made a line 50%. So that's all it does. Just makes it 50. You don't need the indicator. So if you're trading on TradingView or Quantower or whatever, you don't need this indicator, but it's just looking at the 50%. Now, what I like to do on a 2-minute chart is wait. Not the first bar, but like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 bars to set up after it makes the line. You know, I don't usually like to take the first test because this candle could push right up and then take that line right out and, you know, push back up to that 540. So Patented by PineTreeTrader. That's right, Raul Duran. I am going to repackage this and I'm going to sell it. No, I'm just kidding. Not yet. Not yet. Let's go. Any more questions, guys? We got about 4 minutes left before we have my fellow Mainer, my brother from another mother, Mr. Zinc, in the house. Hope everyone's doing great too, Izzy, Lizzie. I appreciate that. Hope you guys are doing good. Yeah, Mr. Zinc is I didn't even know it, but I'll say it again. But you know what the crazy thing is? I guess he just moved, but apparently he lived just down the road from me. How weird is that, Mr. Zinc? So I find out he's from Maine. He finds out I'm from Maine. We start sending each other DMs. Say, you know, where are you from? You know, because Maine is like one big small town. Turns out he lived in the same town as me, and I live in a small town in Maine, and he only lived a few minutes down the road. How weird is that? Small world, right? So pretty cool. And we also have some other connections as well, which is a little crazy. So yeah, we're gonna meet for lunch here pretty soon. We haven't been able to coordinate it up, but yeah, we're gonna go eat some lobster or something. We're gonna go meet for lunch, so that'll be pretty neat. And he also trades initial balances, and that's the very first thing I learned when I started trading futures was initial balance, which is a very, very awesome technique. I'll let him talk more about it, but yeah, it's basically the first hour of the day, the trading day, it's in that range, and then he trades off it. So, and he does very, very well. So I'm very excited to watch his segment after me. Yeah, we're gonna go get some lobster. That's right. We're gonna get some lobster. So you see, I made a few trades here on the micros today. Just trying to scalp the open. I was scalping the open, and then we ended up taking that long off that outside bar. So nice little trade. Caught a little dump once the market sold off. I hopped in this outside bar, but I got in late. Market was selling off real fast. So I love the outside bars on the 2-minute NQ chart. Those are some of my favorites. You can actually see it working right here again. You can see it working right here again. I take them the same way as I take my haramis or inside bars. I just look for the breaks. So 2 minutes, stop goes above. You look for the short down there. I don't trade harami candles, and I don't trade inside bars on 2-minute NQs, but I trade the outside bars just because we forward tested it live on stream one night, and we were 50 on inside bars 1-to-1. So not great, but we ended up going like, I think like 6 out of 8 or something like that, 7 out of 8 on outside bar breaks, looking for 1-to-1. So pretty cool on that. Yeah, we got the initial balance times, guys. Time going. 1 minute. Any more questions, guys? Get it in real quick. If you got any questions for me, please get it in the chat. Go follow me on YouTube, X, all my socials, PineTreeTrader. I'll be back next week for another jam-packed 30 minutes. I love this 30-minute segment. I feel like I can actually bring some energy. I'm a pretty chill guy, so I try to bring a little bit of energy during this 30-minute segment. So thank you, Vibes. I appreciate you. All right, guys. Well, I guess that's going to do it for me. If you have any, anyways, yeah, that's going to do it for me, I guess. So thank you, guys. We got Mr. Zinc up next, and I will see you guys next week for sure. All right, guys. Peace out. See ya later.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Welcome in, W Pine. Great segment from him. Stretch this chat out here. All right. Well, unfortunately, you guys just barely missed the entry. I did take a little early entry on the IB. We got a 50% retest on SPY, 50% retest on Qs. So I'm going to go ahead and move my stop loss down to, we'll move to break even now. Break even on SPY, just took 1 micro on both, and then I'll put the stop at the 50% because that's where I should have gotten my entry. So 20-point risk on Qs, break even on SPY. Really good looking trade here. Going to be anticipating continued downside to that IB low, 566.11, 566.16 actually. As you can see in the top left of the screen when I hover over that candle. And Q's going up. I might actually, I'll be content with that for the day. It hasn't hit full TP, but I did enter across both, so I'll be content with that. I got a pretty bad entry on Qs as well. If this goes and retest up to the IB, then we'll get a re-entry as well. Good morning, your neighbor was just here. Funny enough, you guys say neighbor, but Pine only lives like 15 minutes from me. Believe it or not. He lives right down the road. Not very far. WIB. It's connected now. Good morning. Good morning. Do you exit a new low day or do you let it run? For the current market, now the reason that I just took that as well is these are the 25K rapids. So the price target isn't, you don't need to make that much on these. I did take 2 micros. I was only planning on taking 1. I chased the entry down a little bit on M&Q. I couldn't get the order or the tab open soon enough. For the current market this week, I've been getting rather destroyed on not securing my profit. So yesterday, great example. I'll actually go ahead and get rid of that. Also, this is coming right back down to that low. So probably left some profit on the table, but it's okay. I missed out on 70. That's the way I'm looking at it. Yesterday, here's our IB. I'll go into replay mode here on the 1 minute as well, so you guys can see, you can suffer my pain with me. So I had 2 micros, 2 M&Q on the IB yesterday, right at IB 50. Don't need that white line. If we skip ahead, we can see where I got my entry. It's coming up here, trust me. Skip a couple more candles. And maybe one more. No. All right, so I had my entry a little bit above the IB 50. I'm a fraud, I'm sorry. I was up about 63 points on this trade, I want to say. And it was up 120. I didn't move my stop loss at all. Trump was talking, and if we go and play out the rest of the IB, that's what happened. So I ended up securing early. I didn't take the full stop loss, thankfully. I identified that it was probably going to go right to that low. SPY was looking a lot weaker. I was up 120, didn't move any of my stop losses, didn't adjust my TP, didn't secure the trade, ended up turning a winning trade into a losing trade. Not ideal at all, not ideal whatsoever. So what I need to start doing is, especially in the current market condition, I'm not going to be too greedy about the profits until this whole Iran and the US, you can call it the US, I would say it's mostly just Trump and powers at B that we can't control. Until that is out of the way, I'm going to secure my profits early. I know it's a pretty controversial topic. People will say, let your profits run full TP. Not in the current market. I think it's a little too risky to, and I think Magnus, if he's in here, she should be, he commented on one of my tweets this week about evolving risk reward, which I didn't know. I looked into after he commented that. If you are in a trade, and shout out to Magnus for pointing this out for me. If I'm in a short, which I just was, MNQ also hit the 50%, as you can see on this chart. For whatever reason, Q's didn't. Q's missed this wick. If I'm in a short, stop snapping, and my PT is at the IB low, my take profit and my stop loss is at the IB high, this trade is up 80% of the TP right now, maybe even 90%. If I move my stop loss to break even, I'm essentially saying I'm risking, this is what I gathered from it. Magnus, if I'm wrong, please comment something in chat. This is what I'm essentially doing when I move my stop loss to break even. I'm adjusting the first trade that I took, especially for accounts that have trailing intraday drawdown. This is very important. I'm adjusting that first trade that I took into a negative risk reward trade, meaning that if I move my stop to break even, my stop loss is now at that IB 50. My take profits at the IB low. Although I am green on the position, I'm risking 0.28 for RR. I'm saying that I'm risking the, let's say I'm up 90 points. I'm risking the $180 profit for another $20 in gain, or another 10 points. Doesn't really make sense to do that. So moving your stop loss to break even, I haven't been doing as much. Can't really do it with the accounts that have the trailing intraday drawdown. What I have been doing is just securing early, and I didn't yesterday. I did last night for the Globex IB, which I'll go and review shortly. Let's actually scroll out and go to that Globex IB because last night was beautiful. I've been securing a little bit early. Again, controversial topic. A lot of people say, why would you let your trades run to full TP or full stop loss if you're not going to let them run to full TP? It's really up to what you want to do. If you're going to turn away 135 times 5 accounts in, I think I was in that trade for maybe 7 minutes. Entered at, 12 minutes. Entered at 10:17, 10:18. Let's find our Globex IB from last night. So here is our 6 o'clock move to our IB high. Now I entered this trade. I have it over here on this chart. I entered the trade at 6:30 last night for Globex. Wicked down a little bit. Ultimately, 4M&Q ran right to full TP in no time whatsoever. Going back over to this M&Q chart, you can see it did develop and it ended up breaking the full TP. But with the current market sentiment and the way the market's been trading, you have news every day this week. It's been news 15 minutes after New York close, right at 4:15. We had another 113 point candle. This wick to wick ended up being 300 points. The day before, we also had a 200 point candle into close. The day before that, we had this another 200 point candle. This wick to wick ended up being 300. Same exact thing on Tuesday, and then obviously the big one on Monday. So current market sentiment, if it ends up running a little bit more, IB just got taken, by the way. Congratulations to anyone that held that. Got an early entry maybe. Very nice trade. SPY's about to go and take it as well. Look at that IB. Beautiful. Imagine that there's a wick on this 1017 candle because M&Q, again, as I just said, M&Q did go and wick to it. I got a bad entry on this. M&Q actually did not take the IB low. Q's did, though. So there's a whole bunch of slippage on these charts right now. Hit that button, chat. Wow, we do 532 people watching right now. W's in the chat. 1 M&Q for consistency. Yeah, you don't need, and look at the ranges that we're making. We're down 1.3% right now. This is another, if we go over to M&Q, we'll get the total amount of points we're down. This is 315 points with the delay on the chart. So once we go and break that IB low, this is going to be a 380 point move today. SPY is about to go and take the low as well. SPY is down 200 points right now from that overnight session. I'm including it from 648 all the way down 10 points. It's about $10 a point, $20, 20 points a dollar, 10 points. It's down 100 to 200 points, something like that. But if you go to the 24-hour, look at the past 5 days of price action we've had, Monday included. Monday, we had an 800.5-minute candle, which I've never seen happen in my entire 6.5, almost 7 years of trading. I have never once seen an 800.5-minute candle. Kind of just want to look at it again because it was pretty impressive. This candle right here, never before seen. This is actually Tuesday's candle. This is 300 points. There we go. So this was a 3.5% 5-minute candle. $20, 40 points per dollar on Qs, 800 points in 5 minutes. Never seen that before in my life. If you think that trading minis is going to be the same in this current market condition as it was last week or even the week before, maybe take a look at sizing down to 1 to 2 micros. IB is a great strategy. IB is a great strategy. Do we have Magnus in here today? Yeah, we do. Thank you for pointing out the evolving risk reward. Zinc, on your 25Ks, how many micros max? I'm going to be doing 1 to 2 max. I was working with 4 yesterday for Globex, and then also for that continuation down that we had after the IB broke with all that news from Trump that he was just talking for 2.5 hours, 3 hours, just about. 4 MNQ is way too much for those accounts, so I'm gonna stay maxed at 1 to 2. Mr. Zinc IB works on 1 minute too. It does. It does. I'm trying to catch up with chat here, guys. Bear with me. Minis are great for breaching accounts. Yeah, if you want to use minis, I won't drop my code in here, but use code YouTube. See how many accounts you can get churned on the day if you want to use minis right now. Minis work if you're trading like a 150K account, 100K account, and you're doing maybe 1 mini. But with the way, I mean, look at the 5-minute time frame today. Our open on the 5-minute was 90 points. And then you got chopped right back up, and then it dropped another 90 points, and it dropped another 90, chopped right back up, and then we had that IB trade fulfill. Almost taking the low right now in Qs. So looking really good. And great point from Steve in chat. 1 MES went up 60, average in 1. So 2 MES total for 220 to 180 profit on the day with the drop that we had right now. MES is also at a 20-point range. So this was I only made 60 on this, but it's a $100 trade from the midpoint on the IB. MNQ still hasn't taken that low, by the way. There's quite a bit of slippage here. Qs is like this is 20 cents below where the low on the IB was, and MNQ is, I have it drawn correctly too. MNQ is way off. It's weird. Let's see where this goes. I hit break even on my long. Zinc, can you drop some discipline gems for us? I overtrade a lot. I overtrade too. I overtraded significantly this week. I churned quite a few accounts. Got back to beginner habits. The best thing to do is slow it down, slow everything down. So with churning accounts, with overtrading, take a step back, and this is what I do every time I do it. Take a step back and think about why you're overtrading, or think about what is getting you into those positions. What's the risk reward with those positions? If I'm taking shorts right now, for instance, and I secure my full TP at the IB low, 566.18, what's the benefit, or what's the reward to me taking another 2 micro short, or another 4 micro short, or another mini short? Another thing that goes hand in hand with overtrading is not thinking about how fast you want to get the profit in and out of the account. So it's something that I see quite often with most traders, is myself included. I still slip up on this. how many times do you get into a trade and you average into the trade because you want the profit now? You want instant gratification. Ash talks about this all the time. You want instant gratification, so you go in with 8 micros as opposed to going in with 4 micros on a trade that you would usually do 4 micros. You take an oversized, over-leveraged position because you want the profit in a couple minutes, and then you end up blowing the account. That's what a lot of people do. I see a lot of people do. As opposed to, okay, this trade might take 15 minutes, it might take 20 minutes, it might take 25. This IB trade for today, the entry was at 10:17. It broke at 10:35. So this was about a 20-minute trade. That's 20 minutes that you could have averaged in. You could have sized up. You would have gotten stopped out on a wick. You would have lost more on a wick. You could have, should have, would have, whatever. There's a lot that you're going to go and miss. So you want to make sure that you're not sizing up, because those size up trades, larger trades, especially with the market moving the way it is going to eliminate your position before you can let it develop. How do you beat the trailing drawdown? I'm honestly struggling with it. That's why I've been securing profits a little bit earlier. It's already oversold. It's been oversold all week. I wouldn't even refer to this as being oversold. Zoom out to the 24-hour time frame. We are just now breaking the range we've been in for 6 months. So this is probably either it's going to be a fake break and we're going to reverse and go all the way back up to 632, or this is going to signal what we're doing for the next probably 3 to 4 months, like what we did in February of last year to April lows. So that was a 2-month drop. This one could be about the same time frame. It really depends on what Trump's doing and what his plan is with Iran. Oversold in the day, yes, but I always mention this. This is not a market that you're going long in. I went long yesterday. I got stopped out. Did not go long for the rest of the day. I don't think I took a single long position. I took one last night, actually. So for Globex last night. But this is a downtrend. And when you're in a trend like this, 80% of the time it's going to continue. This is a very strong downtrend. So we don't want to inverse this. We don't want to expect it to reverse for no reason. Excuse me. Congratulations to those winners. Have I blown accounts this month? Absolutely. Absolutely. I had a rough month. I had a really good 2 weeks to start the month. And then it's been pretty difficult for the past either blown accounts or I just haven't traded. It is, I'm not referring to this as an ROI to cope with blown accounts, but you're going to have good months. You're going to have bad months. That's when your income from bad months averages out to those good months. So if I made, let's say, 40K in payouts last month, and this month I'm at 20K, I think I'm at 28,000 so far this month. Or what am I at? 25,700 for payouts this month. Last month I was at 42,000. So it's averaging out. Even if I go and churn, let's say, 100 accounts this month at $100 an account. If I go and churn 10,000, I'm still up over 100% of what my ROI was for this month. Not saying that's a good practice to have. It's not a good feeling to go and blow a significant amount of accounts, but if you have the capital and you're referring to it as an ROI game, then it's a little bit better. Now that the IB is done for today, I'm by no means saying to go and blow accounts or churn through several accounts. I'm just saying that if it's an ROI game that you're focusing on, then it's not as bad as if you're not getting any payouts and you're just blowing 10,000 a month on evals and funded accounts. Let's scroll down to chat here. Congratulations to all those winners. People dipping out for a Friday. I love it. Even though the views have dropped a little bit, shows that a lot of people are stepping away from the charts, which is good. I covered this last Friday as well. Fridays are statistically the worst day for traders for retail traders, for prop firm traders, statistically the worst day, especially after 11 o'clock. We're at 10:50 right now. Anyone that trades in the afternoon on a Friday, anyone that continues trading or continues looking to get into trades from 11 o'clock until close on a Friday is at a statistical disadvantage. The market does not move smoothly on a Friday afternoon, especially with the news that we've had this week. For example, the IB, I think, just got taken on M&Q. That's why we're having this drop, which it did. You can see we took 23,438. MES also took the IB, and we're having a recovery all the way to 50%. So I'm not going to take a re-entry. I'm not going to look to go short. I'm going to be happy with my profits for the day. I'm going to be content, and we're going to move on to another set of positions next Monday. So there's no reason for us to go and leverage in, no reason for us to go and look to add more positions today. We're just going to enjoy our IB profits. It was a beautiful IB today. Ash also, shout out to him. He had a perfect IB for anyone that was in the stream on Wednesday. The S&P IB on Wednesday had maybe 10 points worth of drawdown to it. And then it went and hit full TP. I think Ash made 300 and anyone can chime in here. I think he made 300-ish. It's like a 25-point trade on 2 MES. If anyone would like to assist me. You could do the IB by retracement here. Definitely could. Please see gold. Let's take a look at the gold IB. That one, unfortunately, never got a retracement, but definitely a bullish bias there. This is up. Wow. $2, $3 candle right now, almost 1%. How many points is that? Let's go take a look. Open up another tab. I think this is probably like a 50-point candle on gold, right? Does that sound about right? Still going to. Okay, gold. 15-minute time frame. This is a 40-point candle right now. This IB break is 40-point candle. It looks like everything's climbing up though, so it's not just gold. 4,500 on gold is probably going to reject. Not saying that I would take a short at 4,500, but definitely a good reversal opportunity to get back into the trend. So if this comes up to 4,500, which is 4 points away, so like another 10 cents, goes and hits that level, look for a retracement, and then you can hop back in trend. But gold with this move, I haven't really traded gold during New York, so I don't know how likely the continuation is. But I know that it really likes to have strong breakouts, strong continuations. How many trades do you take per day? Today I took, let's see, it's usually 2 to 3. So I have the Globex IB, the New York IB, and then I may average in to MES and M&Q. The thesis for the trades are all the same, so I wouldn't quantify them as 2 different ones. I did trade a little bit pre-market this morning. I took some shorts on the retest to 23,700 just about. And then another long position off of 23.6. And then with Globex last night, I'm at 4 trades for today. Technically, counting all the individual trades, I'm at 7 because of the different entries that I've had. But the overall bias for the trades was all the same. So I'm at about 4 for today. Globex IB last night, I tried a long overnight. Ended up getting stopped out. That was 1 micro. And then I just had a short pre-market, a long pre-market. I actually had 5, sorry. And then New York IB. I have been trading a little bit more than usual this week. Starting off Monday, I did catch about half of that move with that insane 800-point candle. And that trade on Monday was not a guess trade. It was a 50% retracement. So something I love doing, not just with the IB, retracing to 50% and then entering at 50% when you have significant size moves like this. So I saw that SPY, I marked out the 50% from that 7 a.m. candle. The S&P retraced right to 50%, 655. And then I went over to Qs on Monday, entered on Qs because I like trading this as opposed to trading the S&P or ES because it moves a little bit better. And then I exited right at, I think 9:15, 9 o'clock. I exited just before the 9:30 open. So I had a really, really nice, almost top tick exit and ended up making 1,200. I had 3 micros, 3 M and Q. And then I caught about 250 points, 200 points. That sounds right. So it was a really nice trade on Monday. 50% also work a lot better if you have sizable moves like what we had on that 7 a.m. candle. Another 25K pass. Bless these shorts. Well done. Yeah, we just retraced quite a bit. There's 4,500 on gold, by the way. We had a, let's see, we retraced from 4,496 down to 4,483, and then just had a 20-point break back to the upside. This is quite a nasty continuation. I'm not going to be shorting MNQ. Also, definitely not going to be shorting on gold. No reason to. Pretty content with the profits for today. For Friday, especially. Mr. Zinc and Ash stick to their rules, and I like that. I've been struggling to follow rules. I tell myself I won't make the same mistakes, but then I repeat them. I slip on my rules too. I try to come off as sound as possible for the rules, so you guys have a figure to follow, but I still slip on them as well. I'm sure Ash can say the same thing as well. If he does really stick to his rules that well, congratulations to him. He is a phenomenal trader, but I'm sure that he can have the same. Some days you slip up a little bit and then you need to actually remind yourself, like speaking out loud, vocally remind yourself that what are you doing? This is stupid. Stop trading. These aren't worth it. These trades aren't worth it. And then just get up and step away. Do I trade oil? No. No, I don't. I don't really care to follow the volatility. I know there are some traders out there, especially prop firm traders, that will just go in full size lot positions with volatility. So like crude oil, you'll max allocate into longs or shorts. I do not care to follow the volatility. Like on gold right now, it's up. Now it's up 50 points. You could chase it if you wanted to. That's not the way that I go about trading, though. Mr. Zinc, say one of your students is struggling to pass an eval and he asks you for some rules to live by. What would the rules be? Stick to one. This is the best tip that I have for anyone that is struggling trading right now. Absolute best tip. If you are struggling trading, take a step back and look at what trading strategies you're using. Are you using the same strategy? So for me, it's the IB. I've been using this for almost a year now. I know pretty much every variation that you can do with the IB, whether it's IB continuations, the retracements. I am still working on that, tweaking it. Not going to take a retracement today, though. Fake outs. So yesterday I did secure my loss early. I saved myself another $200 on the downside. Over 5 accounts ended up being 1,000. Tuesday I didn't take it because SPY and Qs didn't line up. Wednesday I didn't take it because SPY and Qs didn't line up. Monday just didn't get an entry on it, if I recall correctly, or I may have chased it up. I don't remember. Master one strategy. Most people that are struggling to get payouts, struggling to pass accounts, struggling to even consistently win on trades, I can almost guarantee are hopping strategy to strategy, week to week. So if you are the type of person that takes 4 losses, this week, for example, the IB lost 3 times. Lost on Thursday, lost on Wednesday, lost on Tuesday. That's 3 losses over the long run, it's still about a 70% win rate. So even though you took 3 losses this week, you don't know when those losses are going to come. If you have a strategy that has a 70% win rate, 30% of the time you're going to lose. Better yet, if you have a strategy that has an 80% win rate, 20% of the time is going to lose. Let's say you're trading that strategy for 100 days. So you're going to have 20 losses with an 80% win rate. You have no idea when those 20 losses are going to pop up. Ideally, it's just 1 loss a week. 1 out of 5 days for the week you lose. However, sometimes you're going to win for 5 days, 10 days in a row, like the beginning of March was for me. The IB was on a phenomenal hot streak. I think it was like 17 days coming in from February. I actually have most of the positions charted on here. I want to say it was like a 13, in the range of a 13 to 17 day win streak for February to March. The past 2 weeks, I would view that as evening out the win streak that it went on. So February into, let's say, the second week of March, 17 winning days in a row. Last week, it also won 3 out of 2 times. This week, it lost 3 out of 5 times. If you're the type of person that takes a week like this, looks at these 3 losses and says, this strategy sucks, I need to leave. This strategy I'm never using again. Screw this. Also, yeah, the hourly on gold is insane right now. This thing is zooming. It's definitely due a pullback. It's going to come back down. So if you want to get back into the trend, I would say wait for it to pull back to probably 50% of this candle and then go up. You need to stick with the same strategy, master every aspect of that strategy so you get to the point where you can make your own model out of what you're using. So if you're using the IB and you know that the IB by retracement stat says that if we retrace to 50%, we have a X amount of chance that we go back down to the IB low. Master that. Do not go and look at the strategy. Look at the IB by retracement. Okay, it lost 3 times this week. I'm never using it again. Because then you're essentially starting over. One, you're starting over from scratch with a new strategy. So if you go from the IB and now you're going to go and use change, say, deliveries, or you're going to go and use the orb, you're starting over. Along with that, you're not letting that strategy play out over the long run. You're not giving the strategy the chance to actually make you the profit that it should. You're essentially just saying, this strategy doesn't work. I don't really care about the strategy. I want instant gratification. I want money now. So I'm going to go and hop to whatever the new viral strategy is or whatever the new trading model is that everyone's talking about. The mistake I'm making is going bigger than usual and sometimes not accepting the loss. These 2 mistakes need to change or I'm going to be broke forever. Also need to be willing to step away from the computer even if you're done. I feel like the more you hang in front of the computer, the more you're likely you are to continue to trade. Absolutely. You need to distance yourself from having the ability to trade. And I get this topic all the time too, this controversial topic. Good traders don't need a lockout button. If you go and speak to any successful trader out there, any single one, every one of them has overtraded at some point in their career. A lockout button is mandatory, or it helps significantly because it removes the decision from you to be able to continue to trade. So you physically cannot trade if you hit the lockout button. Even if I do this sometimes, even now, is copper my enemy? Yeah, copper's my enemy. Only zinc. Good traders and people that say good traders don't need a lockout button, completely false. Every single person, every good trader out there, maybe minus the top 5% of hedge fund managers, like shoot, who am I thinking of that was just in the live earlier this week? There are some people that don't need a lockout button for the most case. If I come back down and I sit down at my desk to make sure that I had no open positions, 1, I'm opening my platform again, and then 2, I'm going to be more susceptible to getting into a stupid position or just getting into, okay, I see the IB it's retraced to 50%. I could take a risky short here. It's okay though. It's going to have a small stop loss to it. I'm not going to be risking too much. And then if you're up 500 on the day, that 500 turns into 400 profit. Then you're going to go and try to make that $100 profit back. That 500 day now turns into a $300 day, into a $200 day. Now you're red. Everyone needs a lockup button. Yes, they do. Also, I'd like to mention we do have some Easter eggs going on all the posts on all social media, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, YouTube, maybe even some during the lives for the week. The last one yesterday, someone already found it. It was on Methodical Man's stream. He had the chart numbers on the side of his chart, and under one of those numbers was a 50% off code. So then I think the number was like 24,471.71. That 24,471.71 was the discount code. So those are the Easter eggs that you guys are looking out for. Make sure to go take a scroll through YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reels. See if you can spot any of those discounts. Easter eggs on the weekend? It is almost Easter, in fact. Definitely some Easter eggs out there. Oh, never mind. There was a real code too, though. I'm sorry, fake news. Magnus says fake news. Terry thought it was a discount code. It was a Fibonacci tool. I'm so sorry. I got bamboozled. It's white text on a blue background. Hard to spot, but not that hard. Yeah, if you guys have some weekend spare time, some weekend fun, you can start looking for some Easter eggs. Decent-ish retracement on gold now. It's looking like it's bouncing right off on the 1 minute time frame. It's back off of VWAP and the EMAs. I think it should come down to like 412 though. Fake news. Magnus got me real quick. That was not a discount. Maybe you could put it as a discount now, Magnus. Across YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, there is at least one. One will be going out every day. What's New York IB time for Forex? It's the same time. So if you want to do USD JPY, same time, 9:30 to 10:30. This one hasn't really been working too well this week. It worked, did not work yesterday. Let's see if it worked today. Doesn't look like it's working out today. But this is a futures channel, so we're not talking about Forex. You reshorted the IB. I didn't get into anything, though. I did not reshort the IB. It's fake news. Fake news. What's your indicator called on TradingView? You can get any. I have the initial balance breakout indicator. You can get any. Go into indicators and you can look up any orb indicator. Any of the free ones anyway. So orb breakout. I'll just pull up this one for example. You can do this with any of them. It doesn't look like this one's working. Never mind. High and low orb. Let's see if I can find one for you guys. Opening range breakout. Orb settings. Orb time frame. So you can just set this to 60. And go and look at this. Set it to 60 minutes as opposed to, that's not working. Doesn't look like that charted out. You can do it manually. It's not very hard. You go over to your GAN box. I don't really care to say GAN. There you go. Mark out the high, mark out the low. That's your 50. So that's your IB. You can do it manually. You don't have to do it with an indicator. Don't be lazy. I say as I have an indicator on my chart. I guess my questions are being flagged these days. Sorry, Raphael. $250 secured on the live account. Very nice. Live account or sim. These are sim that I'm trading on today. I will be trading live next week though. Live accounts next week. There are some invite only ones that you can get, but for the most part you can go and chart it on your own. It's very easy. Make sure, so you go to your GAN box. Sorry for all the people that get mad when I mispronounce it. I'm still going to say GAN box. Put a star on it, and then in the bottom left of trading view, you can see you show your favorite drawing tool, toolbar. Then go into your toolbar, draw it out, double click on it. That brings up your settings. Make sure that you have 0, 0.5, and 1 active, and then eliminate all your time frames. When you initially draw your GAN box, it's going to look like this. This is sickening. You don't want it to look like that. Also, I have the transparency set to 20%. That's why it's nice and clean. You can see through it. And then get rid of all of your time frames. So your GAN box looks now just like a 50% fib. And then activate the weak magnet on the left-hand side of your screen under magnets. Strong magnet I don't use because then you can't move your candlestick anywhere or your cursor anywhere. It's stuck on every candle. And then it automatically snaps to the high and the low. That's how I go about drawing the opening range. What is rapid eggs? Was it rapid eggs? Rapid eggs not found. Egg. Gold is ripping right now. It's up another 22 points off of that pullback, 24 points off that pullback. Didn't quite get down to 50%. What I will, my words of wisdom for anyone that is trading gold this afternoon or planning to trade gold this afternoon. Gold does not reverse trend very often. It does not like to reverse on itself. When gold is moving directionally, even when it's going sideways, when gold is moving directionally, it continues moving that way. It does not pivot because of nothing. This upside move can continue for the next 4 hours. Can continue all the way until close. I think we've had one instance where this is actually printed this way. Yeah, there you go right there. In the past couple of weeks. How many people do you think woke up at 4 a.m. and they're like, nah, way. No way. I don't believe it. This thing isn't going lower. This was 7 hours of downside, essentially. And if you look at it in the broader picture, 4 a.m. all the way until 4 p.m., it went down. 12 full hours of consecutive downside. This one, pre-market, didn't even have a pullback that you could have entered in on. Do not try to call BS on gold because it will run you over. Do not try to be the person that continues to short the top on it. Where's GC Victim? Wonder how he's doing. Look up the weekly chart on gold. Let's go to the weekly. 1 week. Yeah, so I mean, broader trend, yeah, if you just short it from March 2nd, That's the idea here. I don't really look at higher time frames. I don't really care about the higher time frame levels. All I'm saying is that for today, do not be the person that tries shorting this pop on gold. Don't try to call the top on this, because you will churn through so many accounts. And also, don't be the person that goes and looks at this and says, oh man, if I entered there, I would have made this much. Or if I entered there, I would have made this much, because then that's going to drive you into a tilt. So don't do that. Don't do it. When you're bearish on IB and price took your IB high, is it still valid to short from this area? No. No, it's not. Once the IB is done, you're done. There's no more trades to it. So I already took my profit on the IB. It ended up being about a 0.8 RR trade. I'm not looking to take any more trades on this. It's now after 11 on a Friday as well. That's when a significant portion of traders blow their accounts. Do not become that statistic. Do not join that statistic. What the heck just happened on gold? It just wicked all the way down to 4,500 again. It's now back up 20 points. Anyone else just see that? Now it's back up to the high of the day. Is the chart reading it incorrectly? Cool knife. Was that a real candle or was that slippage? MGC just dropped 30 points in maybe a second. What the heck? 400 tick retracement just like that and then right back up. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think that was real though, because GLD didn't really drop. That 15-minute candle on MGC. Let's see if GC did the same thing. The 15-minute candle on MGC just went all the way down to 413.39. And then it's right back up at 45.25. So that was a 40.1 second candle. Had to have been a glitch. GC, let's see if it did the same thing. GCJ6. Yeah, GC did the same thing. I mean, it didn't get the additional 12 points that MGC did, but that was a nasty 40-point drop on MGC. I wouldn't even bother trading gold. Just enjoy your day. 400 tick retracement. That was crazy. Short this market to all-time lows. If this market goes to all-time lows, we will be in an apocalyptic state. Iranian reactor targeting an airstrike. There is the 5 gold form winners. Sorry, not 6. Gold sell. Doesn't look like it. I feel bad for anyone that was just in that candle though, because that was nothing but a stop out. That is not really anything you could have done about that either. That was disgusting. 4487 is what I'm seeing MGC wick down to. If anyone can confirm that. And then GC wick down to 4502. Still, that was trading at 453, so a 30-point wick in less than 3 minutes. Holy speed in the chat. What's going on, guys? Hello. Looks like we got quite a few people came out of the woodworks there. Yeah, so pullback like that on gold, it is significant. Probably some news behind it, but where's the trend going? Where is this continuing? It's not going down. That's for sure. So don't be the person that tries to get in front of that train. I will keep stating that for the rest of the segment, which we do have 10 minutes left on. We're coming up on the end of that. And then you guys will have Methodical Man. Is Husk in today too? I think Methodical Man and Husk both. Yes, both Husk and Methodical Man. You guys will enjoy their segment following mine. I was behind by 10 minutes on the chat. Oops. We're all caught up now. Time is out, Zinc. No, I got 10 minutes left. Pretty good IB by retracement stat too. We got right to like 45-ish% of the IB and then right back to the IB low now. What time is the start of the IB? Because I thought it was the first hour. However, yesterday for Globex, you had already finished your trade 30 minutes after open. I also combined, last night, I combined the 30-minute IB in with the hourly. So you can manipulate it down to 30 minutes. You can also go all the way down to 15. I used the hourly, but for Globex, I did a little bit of back testing and noticed that if you enter at the 30-minute mark, Sunday was a really good measure of this as well. Also, look at that new high a day on gold. Straight up. Sunday was a really good measure of this for the Globex IB. If I go over to M&Q, so I get over to Sunday. If you had entered at about 30 minutes in, which I think I did on Sunday, you can see that was your best retracement. And then I also got out on that same candle. It's a little tricky to see. I'll go down to the 1 minute, see if that makes it better. Shoot, I got to scroll all the way back. Bear with me. Okay, there we go. Looks a little bit better. So I got in about 10, not 10. So you're saying 10:30. I got out in at about 6:30, 6:40 on Sunday, and then I got out at just before 7. Actually, just after 7, 7:03. That trade, if you enter early, it's okay to exit early for the IB. Backtesting it for the rest of the week as well, I noticed that a lot of the times for Globex IB, it broke at like 6:45, 6:50. Even though the IB set in the first hour, it would break at like 6:45, 6:50-ish, and then make a new high. And then the retracement that you got, and the reason that I'm doing this is because for Globex, if you are in the trade until 8, you're kind of at a disadvantage because that 8 o'clock candle will print a new bias for that session, if that makes sense. The 8 o'clock IB, if it's short, that counters your bias for what the Globex IB is. So you have a skewed data point that you're looking at. Is today the last trading day of the month? I think we have Monday still. Next week's also a short week. Yeah, we have up until Tuesday next week. So this is the last Friday of the month. Does that mean we have NFP next Thursday? I don't remember. Next Friday is Good Friday. So we will not be having this segment. The market is closed on Friday for the whole day. Christian holiday. Did we get any news here? What's going on? Gold is still sending it. Still going higher. Did we get news just now? You guys seen this pop? 552? Anyone want to help me out in chat? Yes, European clocks move on Sunday as well, so everything is back to normal. Does anyone know what this move was? Anyone want to chime in? Any tweets from Trump? What the heck? We just had a almost 100-point candle just now in a minute. 23,478 up to 23,568 in 1 minute. 90-point candle. Finally, clocks move again. Yes, everyone will be back to normal. Yeah, holy candle is right. And then it's right back down. Hopefully you guys are starting to understand why I'm saying 11 o'clock after. 11 o'clock and later on a Friday is not a good time for a retail trader to be in the market. Not at all. So take your profit for the day. Be happy with it. Be content. Be done. Because you're going to have consistent candles like this. Iran peace talk news making progress. So absolutely nothing. What's going on, Goku? How you doing? NQ finally tagged 1 hour fair value gap. I don't know how much actual TA was behind that move. I think that was just probably another fake out. Nasty little stop out candle. What's a candle? Everyone has to start somewhere. It's pretty impressive for a move, though. Very impressive. Gold is incredible right now. This is incredible to watch. Especially during New York. Gold never makes these types of moves during New York session. All right, we got 4 minutes left on my segment. And again, you guys have Methodical Man coming up with Husk. That has to be rigged. Abhishek fishing. I thought I was reading that wrong. Abhishek picked Abhishek. You've won a 50K rapid. Congratulations. He must like his name or something. Yeah, everyone change your username to Abhishek. You might get picked. Just kidding. There's no bias with the giveaways. I can't believe that candle we just had. And then it's right back up again. Should come down quite a bit or retrace back into the IB, but this is probably shot for the day. So definitely no more trades on the IB. Maybe you could get an attempt on gold. If gold wants to pull back as well. But I don't think it's going to. Looks like a pretty good continuation setup on MNQ, actually. All over the place. Probably, I would anticipate this probably goes back down. I don't think we're gonna have a double break unless we have news come out, like actual solid news with peace talks and changes to what's currently going on. Nothing has changed as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. All right, guys, that will conclude it. We had a beautiful trade on the IB today, even though it was a little bit early to the segment. Sorry. Beautiful trade on the IB. Pretty good segment. A lot of learning, a lot of educational content. If you guys enjoyed the segment, W's in the chat. Thank you, Trevor. But that will do it for me today. Next up, you have Husk and Methodical Man. Make sure you guys give them some love, show them some love. But I will see you all later. I won't see you next Friday, but I'll see you the Friday after that. Enjoy your next trade, next segment. Peace out, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How's everybody doing today?
Hopefully trying to survive this price action, man. This price action has been so tough today.
What do you think about that 97-point boner candle that we just got?
We took $100 out of it.
$100. Let's go.
Yep. It was
Guys, if you guys haven't already, let's hit the like button. We're at 272. Let's push it up to 300. It's free. Let's subscribe. It's free as well. Why not? Why not? What do you think, Hus? Do we get the continuation up here? Do we get the push up?
I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with the 15-minute retest, because it just seems like we've been just stuck in this range, you know, as we kind of have marked out. I think if we can break that first 15 minutes from this morning, get back above the 600, then yes, I will look for a long. But I kind of need to see us get away from this consolidation area where we've been just kind of stuck at all morning. Between 500s, 480s up to 560s.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're finally making a nice push. And I was kind of long biased this morning when we started out. But as you can see, we've been kind of hovering around at the bottom of this previous 4-hour candle around the 460s. It seems like for the last, 2 hours?
Right.
So I will go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm watching the ES here. I think if we can reclaim ES 6492 level is kind of the line in the sand there. We get above 92, 93 area here, then that's kind of my spot where I think we'll the bulls maybe take the reins back, at least short term. Then we can continue to squeeze. But that's probably lining up with about that 620 level that you're talking about, 620, 630 area. If we don't get above that level, I feel like we probably just turn right back down. So
yeah, we're at that first pivot too. So I'd like to see us get above the pivot here.
Good morning, everybody.
So got about 2 minutes left on this candle. How did all your accounts do this morning? Did you fare fairly well with the opening?
No, the opening range. So it failed because it tagged me into the long first.
Oh yeah, it was so manipulated this morning that I even got faked out because it kept, most of the time if you get a manipulation to the bottom, it goes straight to the top. But this morning it was manipulating both sides. So it made it super tough this morning.
Yeah, but I am green on everything. So what happened this morning, kind of a happy accident. I did not turn the copy trader on correctly. And so we only took the opening range loss on one account instead of 10. So happy accident there. And I was able to get that one account back to green and just threw it in the garbage. We put it away.
So I got about a minute 40-second on this next candle. I'm waiting for a print here.
ES is at the VWAP at the 87 level. NASDAQ's VWAP is sitting up there at the 640. I know Husk is not watching that. The VWAP.
Yeah, we've kind of gotten away from the VWAP and the EMAs. I haven't really used those a lot lately. We are getting really good separation on our Rico candles. So like I said, I'm liking the longs here. I'm just waiting for a new 5-minute candle to print to make sure we're going to get a nice little wick kind of back into support.
This is a really nice move back up here, guys. I mean, you're looking at 140-point ripper. Back to the upside.
I wish it had continued. See, I took the 3-candle 5-minute break. So that's how I took that trade a while ago. But I didn't anticipate this freaking, 30-point wick, 40-point wick on the pullback. That has been destroying my runners all day long. Like every single runner today has just been getting smashed with the pullbacks on the wicks.
Yeah, we broke out of the Tom Sabo box there.
I know.
And just continued higher.
It took 2 hours. Tom Sabo just did not want to let it go. Forums have dropped in the chat, guys.
Forums in the chat. Let's get it. You guys know what to do. I'm going to wait for ES to reclaim 64.93. It gets above there. I'll start looking for longs. I may even start looking for shorts in that area. At least short-term retracement shorts, potentially.
If we do enter, we're going to go in light. We entered on 3 micros a while ago. This one we'll just enter 2. So we kind of, toned down the...
So you did just have a 5-minute inversion on the NASDAQ here. Closed above on the 5-minute chart there. 646 would be your target on that, 646.75 specifically. If you wanted to take that, I'm not sure that I will. Let me take these flags off my chart here. I hate having those on there. I like them in the morning so I can see, but I don't like them after the morning trade. So getting a little pullback here. ES slapping the VWAP, pulling back. What are you thinking about here, Husk? Are you thinking about a little long?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if we're retesting my pivot level.
See, I have my pivot at 563.75. Where's yours at? A little higher?
But I'm using Fibonacci pivots, remember?
Yeah, I think yours is a little higher though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the one we're bouncing off now is 86, but the one that's up the top is 740.
I like the little push above into like the 610 level. I used to trade this all the time, and then kind of a retest of 90. And then like you look for that pushback through the whole number just for a little 10-point grab. Not holding 90 here. Not really holding that pivot either.
Man, this could be like another 3-candle pullback on the 5 minutes if we get down there and break the 40s again.
I'm going to try the quick long here for 10 points. Just one micro.
We're going in 2 if we do. Good luck on your long, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It almost hit the target there. I don't want to be, you know what for a tick there. There we go. Quick 10 points. We are up on this account, guys, $383. This is the first day in the funded account. This is the one we passed yesterday. So I'm not going to take a whole lot of risk. I mean, it doesn't make sense to put a whole lot of risk on the table. We're just going to take, base hits here and there if we decide to take anything. So Husk is in the long right there. Let's see if he gets that first 10 points.
Yeah, we already hit the 10 points.
You already hit the 10. All right.
Yeah, we're going to still about a little over 10 points in drawdown. So right now it's kind of considered a break-even trade still because we're still in drawdown.
So you guys see how Husk copied my trade right there, right?
Line in the sands. Ah, shoot.
He copied my trade. See?
Break-even trade, pretty much. Still.
I'm just giving him a hard time.
Oh, it's all good. We love copying methodical man.
Why not? Why not?
So we're still long bias as long as we stay above the pivot. We really need to break above, what is that, 620s? We break above the 620s, we should get a push because that's going to be outside of that 15-minute range from this morning.
Guys, 281 likes. Push it to 300 here. You guys can do it. There's no reason we shouldn't already be up over 300 likes from the morning session, the first 2 sessions there, 3 sessions technically. Let's get this thing going. Hit that button. It's free. It's free. Here's the thing. Let's look at this short setup here potentially. So you have a 2-minute kind of gap here. Back to the downside here. We are delivering from a gap. We did sweep liquidity. You could maybe consider this a news candle on this 100-point push up. There's no real wick on the bottom, right? No real wick on the bottom. But we are in an area here where we could turn back down. ES did not quite test the 64.93. However, it doesn't have to, right? It doesn't have to completely test it.
This is usually a 5-minute setup if it, breaks that first candle. But the only thing about it is you're heading back into that support there at the 40s.
You'd have to have about a 30-point stop if you decide to participate in the short here. Looks like 545 would kind of be the break even. So I would like another push back up, but if this short triggers, it's the only thing is, I don't know if you could really say there's a clean draw on liquidity. That'd be the only kind of thing there. So
might have a new 5-minute candle in 3 seconds.
And that's also kind of a dirty close there on the 2-minute as well. Let me pull up the 1 minute. I don't even have the 1 minute up right now. Let me take a peek at the 1 minute. Let's see here. Same kind of idea on the 1 minute. Stop to break even would actually be 536 based on that. 530, 575.
This 55 is my kind of line in the sand if we're going to break here or not. If we lose the 55s, we're probably going to get a continuous down.
We're also kind of back retesting the top of that idiot box from earlier. A little bit of maybe a little resistance turning into support here. So I'm going to maybe participate here. I don't know. It's probably going to be, I mean, at best, it's probably a break-even trade. Yeah, it's not even going to be valid, guys.
I mean, that's usually a 5-minute setup though, with the three candle setup.
It's not valid. The 1 minute just closed and it hit the break-even already. So I mean, you could still maybe take it if you have extreme confidence. Mike could squeeze 10 points out of it, but man, the stop is almost 50 points.
I hate that the volume's not there. So, you know, every trade you entered, you're going to be sitting through some kind of like pullback, drawdown, back and forth. So it makes it so tough. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take it here for 10 points. Let's go.
Oh, you should have been in at the 40. That way you would have got your 10 points before the 25. Because, you know, anytime you hit that 25, you might hit the reversal.
Bink, we're out. I like that momentum there. It didn't even hold. It didn't even flinch at the EMAs. So ES is approaching the support zone. That's why I only took the 10 points. I mean, if you're taking this off the 2 minute, technically your break even is going to be the 510 area. You also have this kind of gap down here at the 510s. Sorry guys, that was so quick, but like I'm just, you know, that's a momentum play there. The 1 minute was not valid technically. We still had the 2 minute. It hadn't closed yet, but I knew if I wanted to get in there, I had to kind of take it.
Yeah, you kind of want to see if this is going to continue. You kind of want to see it run back down to the 460s here.
Well, ES just touched a key support level at 64.70. If you look at the chart earlier today, how many drives did we have into that 70 to 75 area? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 drives before it finally broke through on that news candle. Very key area to hold here. Very, very key area to hold. So, futures, I'm trading the 50K rapid account right now. But I also have the 25K flex.
Same here. We're trading a 50K also.
So
we're up 466 total.
We're up 402 today. This is the first day of the actual funded account. So really good day to kind of start it off. So far, just looking for small base hits.
I would have to wait for a new 5 minute, I guess a brand new 5 minute candle here to kind of see what's going to happen with this next one.
Yeah, I'm taking 1 micro. That's what we're taking here. 1 micro.
If this is going to be a new swing, that would be kind of your 50-60% pullback on this leg here. So you would think if we're going to continue up, you would need to get back above the 60s here on the next new candle. Because that wicked into the 60%.
I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Husk, you take over in just a moment.
Uh-oh. So I'll show you what I was telling Methodical Man about the 60% pullback. So I like to pull fib on a lot of my individual legs. So if you pull fib on this overall leg here, see how you kind of pull back into your golden pocket, which if you trade fib, that's kind of like what a lot of the fib traders look for. They want to see the 60 to 70% pullback. And you can put it in decimal form. I think a lot of people call it like 0.618 or something like that, but I like using percentages. And so that would kind of be your area for holding. If we're going to continue back up, you kind of want to get, to me, overall, I feel like we need to get back above this kind of golden box off to the side, because that's usually how I take most of my trades in the morning is the 15 minutes. This is what I was telling Methodical Man about it being very manipulated this morning. So a lot of times if you break out to one side and you come back, so most of the time when it goes back through your 15 minutes, it'll continue higher. But as you can see, it manipulated like 3 times this morning. So that's how we took our loss this morning on our account, because we took our first trade was a loss this morning. Uh-oh, sorry about that.
You took a loss. What is this?
We took a L this morning.
You mean you don't always win? Oh, no.
Nope. We take our fair share of L's. The only thing is, if you take your L, man, you just got to keep it to a low minimum. So we're red in one account by 125.
You guys might hear Max whining. Unfortunately, he just came back from the vet, and he's in a. I got him in a pack and play because I don't have a crate big enough for him right now to be comfortable. But Max did get worse, unfortunately, so he's on complete bed rest. He cannot. They don't want him to walk or anything. So.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
That's to be tough to keep a dog on bed rest.
Yeah. Gonna have to keep him crated. They said 4 to 6 weeks, unfortunately. So have to carry him out to pee and poop and all that stuff. You have to put him down and not let him walk. So
shoot, man. The vet bills. I think I got a small. I think I could have bought a used car on how much I spent at the vet last year.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure that you could have.
I think I 5,000-6,000. Now I still spend about $200 a month on medications.
Well, they're saying that he may or may not need surgery. Don't know. So if he does, that's probably about what it'll be anyway.
So I am kind of liking the longs here with this this little 2 setup with the 5-minute candle here. We got the 60% pullback of the leg. You're just kind of waiting to see if we can break this previous candle. This candle doesn't have a wick on top of it, so you would think that we would run it. Most of the time when you see a well, man, if it's a baby wick.
Yeah.
Itty bitty.
Nice little push back up here, though. ES did bounce right off that 70 level. I don't really trust the longs until ES gets above 92, 93 area with some strength. So, Pine Tree in the house. You have a chia pet.
What's up, Pine Tree? Pine Tree, the 5-minute inside bar banged this morning, man. That was our best trade of the day, was the 5-minute inside bar.
Hold on. What kind of inside? What?
The inside bar?
No. That's not how you say it.
5-minute inside bar? Well, I don't say it with the northern accent.
You got to say bye.
Pine's got that trademark, man. You can't repeat that.
Yeah, Max is present. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he's in pain. I hate it. And never a fan of my dog hurting, but what can you do?
I know you're going to make us all over here to listen to him whine. We're going to be starts crying and stuff like, oh, Maxie.
Husk has been through it too, though. His dogs has a lot of issues as well. So it's unfortunate. Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Still kind of waiting. Looks like we may get a little push here. But I think that overall, you need to push back above the 300s. And we're kind of trading back into that 15 minutes again.
Yeah.
This has definitely been a survival Friday. So, I only need $250 for a $1,000 payout. So I decided today, it's like, all right, we don't want to have a bad weekend because there's nothing worse than getting trashed on a Friday and you got to spend Saturday thinking about it. You got to spend Sunday thinking about it. Then Monday, you finally get back. Then you end up taking another L on Monday after thinking about your L that you took Friday. That's always the worst. Oh
yeah, goodness. I hate taking L's on Friday, but I try not to trade any different because at the end of the day, to me, it's just another day of the week. But I understand, some people, I think you like to reduce risk on Friday, which is not a bad thing.
So we did take a funded trade today. We just chose the one that doesn't have very much profit in it. So it had like 600 and something in profit. And I think we got it up to 738. So we just chose one of the ones that we haven't taken a lot of trades on, but the ones that I only need $250 on, that's the ones that we stayed away from today.
Thank you, Byte Logic. Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, always hard to ruin a weekend there easily doing it that way. But hey, it happens.
All right, we're going to try a 10-pointer with the runner here.
10-pointer. Let's go. Husk is long. You long?
Yeah, I'm going to try a runner. Your stop loss, unfortunately, needs to be back there if you want it to be in the right place, but that's probably a little too deep for my liking. Dude, even the 10-pointers have been tough today.
That's the thing. That's why I'm like trying to be patient with it. We've taken 2 quick ones so far. Nice thing is that the ATR is a little bit higher. So, you know, it's still hovering around 28, 29 on the 2-minute chart here. So being able to get the 10 points, not saying it's easy, but being able to find the momentum or, you know, the volatility to kind of get those has been pretty good.
We need like one of those magical news plays where we just skyrocket like 20, 30 points. And I think 50 will be my line in the sand, guys. I really don't want this back above 50 unless it tests the 75, or did it already test the 75? Man, it already kind of tested that 75. Ugh.
I think you're okay here. You're retesting this previous inversion's the only thing. And also ES kind of approaching that VWAP there. You're probably okay though.
I need to start watching the ES a little bit more.
I like watching the ES. Like I said, I'm waiting for that 92.
All right, first target hit. Now do we get the follow through? That's the key. Unfortunately, when it hits the 75, 80 like that, it could easily make a push all the way back down to the 50.
Guys, you got your points in the chat right there. Pay attention. Who's got the top points right now? The Vibes, Tom Forex, C Trader. You guys are all up there.
What were we saying about points?
Got a little point systems there that they're doing in the chat. Whoever's chatting the most kind of gets more. As you're more interactive,
okay.
You get more points. So,
oh, nice.
This is kind of a slow grind up. Retracing back up here, back at the pre-orb here at the 575 as well. So we'll see if we get through that. About the midpoint there of the opening range as well. That 15-minute opening range. So let me look at this here. I'm trying to. So what would have happened? Well,
see, that is the 60% pullback there also. So 50 will be my line in the sand here, guys. If we lose the 50, we'll just close the runner out.
I'm curious. Did the how did the initial balance play pay out today?
I thought I heard
it did not quite tag in, did it?
The premium segment won. All right, we got the winners up there.
We got some winners.
I think
Google
so.
form winners. Listen for your name: Roma Vertex, ZZ Zo Prime, UFX 460, Panya Dead, Goku FX. Are you guys here? Are you guys here?
So this is what's been making the price action so tough to trade. You see how we're hitting our 10 points? This is almost one of the days that you don't even need to hold runners. It's almost like you just need to take your 10, 15, 20 points and just get out of the trade. Because like I said, every single runner has gotten wrecked today for myself.
It's kind of a level to level type day.
Yeah.
And here's the thing on the ES. We're kind of putting in a lower high here. So, and also the NASDAQ, if we get back below that swing down there at the 520, that's going to probably be the idea that we're going to continue to move lower. Maybe rebalance at least down into the 510s, something like that. You could potentially take a little trend line break here, you know, potentially, if we get one. Hasn't quite formed yet, but it's potential. Winners are all present. Let's go. Congratulations, guys.
Congrats on the winners, guys.
Now, before we'll actually send out your accounts, we got to get to 300 likes. That's kind of a joke, but still, we'd like you still hit the like button. We hold you hostage for the likes. That's what we do.
For some reason, I thought we were already over the 300 likes, but I guess I was looking at
287. So
287.
Yeah, I'm being very patient here, guys, for two reasons. Number one, price action is not great. Number two, I'm technically already at my daily profit target. I'm actually above it by $100. So until we get something that's just obvious, it's got to be screaming at me like, hey, take me. You know, I'm not going to take it.
Like
For
I
everyone,
said, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, for everyone that's a little older in the chat, we can say, it's got to say, Calgon, take me home, or something like that. You remember that old commercial?
No.
It was like a body wash commercial or something from back in the day. No.
No. I was just gonna let everybody know that's I'm gonna cut my losses on this runner at 550.
You're going to at 550?
Yeah, I don't want it back below 550.
I'm watching the ES here. It already broke a short-term 1 minute trend line to the downside, but NASDAQ's still holding. So we'll see. It kind of might be your idea that maybe we're going to push lower. But NASDAQ is not cooperating right now. One of two things is going to happen. NASDAQ's going to bring the ES up, or ES is going to bring the NASDAQ down, right? Yeah, Izzy Lizzy. That's right. We're old. If you know that commercial, you're old. Now, I was a little kid when that came out, too. I think that's what it used to say. Something like that. Husk obviously didn't pay attention to those commercials.
No. Oh, no. Most of us wouldn't commercial watchers, man. Commercial comes on, it's like click, or, you know, watch something new.
Oh, we couldn't change the channel back in the day like that. You only had like 8 channels.
True.
See, I only had an antenna when I was a kid. So you had TBS, Fox, you know, channel 5, channel 2. That's it. PBS, those sort of things.
So it looks like the runner's going to get stopped out here, guys. It's trying to get down there. Like I said, that 50 is my line in the sand on the runner.
C Trader says PM session gotta push the NQ higher. It has to, bro. Maybe. Maybe. You might be right. I mean, as of right now, the Bears are in control. The Bulls are trying to make a little statement, though. They're trying to make a case that maybe they can come back.
Man. All right. I don't see how this second push doesn't get us here.
You got the 21 EMA sitting right there at the 550 as well.
Yeah, on my Rico candles, I got it right below my 50 EMA, which is right below that 53.
So ES is pulling back here, back to the 72, looking like NASDAQ's going to follow it. I just don't, I mean, like a short here, it looks enticing. But I think I want to wait. I want to wait it out and see what happens. That's a good reaction, though, off that level. Really good reaction. 15-point rip off that level there.
The 50.
Let's see if we can. If it pops back above 65.70 here, this thing might get some legs.
We need one of those methodical man's magic magnets at the top of the screen.
We need a Hulk smash boner candle, or should we start calling it the Husk smash boner candle?
Negative on the Husk.
I think we're gonna coin that phrase. The Husk smash boner candle sounds good. Why not?
All right. I don't see how we don't get stopped out here.
Yeah, that's a bad reaction now. 510 area looks like a really good kind of draw, little sweep lower, especially coming into the top of the hour. So we'll see.
All right, runner just got stopped out, guys. So another break-even trade, because what we're doing is we're looking for 10, 15 points, and we'll keep the runner in negative drawdown, and that way we can still have some drawdown. This way we don't have to be like perfect every time. So that's kind of the idea there.
Guys, remember to follow MyFundedFutures on all the platforms. YouTube here, obviously, X, Reddit, Instagram, all the things. Also, if you haven't already, if you're interested in buying an account, remember the best discount is going to come with code YouTube. There you go.
And guys, don't forget about the social media discounts and giveaways. Just watch out for the Fibonacci 50% numbers, but I think the others should be good.
Yeah, guys, let's talk about something right quick that had me just dying last night.
I heard Terry bring that up this morning. She was kind of laughing at herself. So
Did she bring it up?
Yep. She brought it up.
Oh my goodness, she had me dying. Let me show you guys. Let me show you right quick.
Oh,
so this was from a short that was posted. This is my my ex here, but I had put I put the I put the 50% fib on here, and then we had the level marked out. And Terry thought that was a 50% off. She thought that was an Easter egg for 50% off.
Yeah. She was having fun with it this morning.
She gave me a nice little laugh on that last night when I saw that. I was like, wait a second, what? I was laughing so hard I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, so, I listened to her and Tom talk about it a little bit this morning.
Good old Terry with the laugh. She gave me a good laugh there though. I love it. Listen, hey, she was paying attention though. We got to give her credit, right? She was looking for the Easter egg. She was paying attention, doing the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that was not a 50% off code. It just wasn't. But
methodical man is false advertisement.
A little false advertisement right there.
Oh goodness.
Should we try to fool her again? Let's just write 50% off or something up here. No, I'm just kidding. Good old Terry.
What is up with the last couple of days around this time of every day? We always end up with a wedge. Have you guys noticed that? Almost every day this week, we're in a wedge at this time of the day.
Pine Tree said, turns out she used it and she got 50% off at Costco. Let's go. This is very tempting, guys. Really tempting to short here down into the 510. I think it works. I really think it works. And I mean, you could even just put your stop right here at the 550. Man, I don't want to try it though. I do think it works though. I do think it works. But hey, that's what you got to do, guys. You got to pay attention. You got to be on point looking for those Easter eggs. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. A little full port action, the futures trader. Well, we don't use that word around here. Around here, we say port report. Okay. That's what we say. Port report. We're not advocating you pull the port report, but it's something you could do.
Guys, we need about 4 more likes to get to 300, guys. 4
likes. I mean, come on.
4 more likes. Got to log into all those alt accounts. Smash the like button.
ES is in that support zone there. That's what's kind of scary with taking the short. It did break the 70, but the 70 to 66 is a nice support zone there. So
it looks like those last 2 trades cost me about $30 on my $100 trade from earlier because we're back down to 70.
$30. Whoa.
Yeah. Cost myself.
How will you ever financially recover from this? Did you ever watch the Tiger King Husk?
I think so, but I couldn't remember. I don't remember much about it.
That was one of the most hilarious shows ever. The good old Tiger King. Do I ever DCA, Raul? Yes.
We were DCA-ing last night.
Yeah, we dollar cost average if, for example, if we have a clear draw on liquidity, if I'm like, I know that we're going to 620, right? And I long at 550 and we pull back to 525, I add at 525. We pull back to 500, I add at 500. I continue to add until until I get to a certain threshold, which is usually a daily loss limit or maybe a trade loss limit. If I hit the limit, then I just exit the trade. So,
sorry.
No, I was just going to say, but as long as it's kind of heading in the direction that I think that it's going to go in, I just continue to go with that. So
I was going to answer a question from the chat. Future trades, I usually risk about 120 to 130 per trade on my funded. Eval, it's kind of iffy. So I usually risk a little bit more when it comes to evals. But when it comes to fundeds, I have a max like 130, 140, depending on the size of the accounts. But 25K, strictly 120.
Are we twins? No, we don't even know each other. He's just a random person off the street. Random person off the street.
So last Friday, when we were in this 5-minute wedge, man, we had a huge breakout. I say about 12:30 last Friday's when we had that big 200-point breakout to the downside.
We are blood brothers, though. We did once go on top of a casino, and I cut my hand, and he cut his hand, and we shook hands. You know, had to become blood brothers, like Alan on The Hangover. That's what you got to do sometimes. Did we get the 300 likes? The vibes? Let's go.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. No, it's $2.99. I think someone hit the unlike button.
They unliked it. Yeah, that's why he copies my trades. Like we got that, what's it called? ESP or something, where you can talk to each other without actually talking. So.
Say that again.
I don't know what it's called, where you can like mentally talk to someone else. I'm not sure what it's called.
Is it telepathic?
That might be it.
Oh, okay.
ESPN, yeah. Hey guys, I'm going to tell you something that my 2-year-old told me last night. He'll be 3 this weekend, but he goes, Dad, you have grass on your face. Talking about my beard. He called my beard grass. You have grass on your face. I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. So we got him a new swing set for his birthday. So I got to put that together tomorrow or Sunday. Today is also my 15-year-old daughter's birthday. So her birthday's today. She'll be getting her learner's license maybe tomorrow. And then Maverick turns 3 on Sunday. So a lot of birthdays. One's driving, one's turning 3. Oh gosh. Woof. More cars to buy. What are we going to do? Husk, do you take any time off when you have a losing streak?
No. Well, we will maybe take a break from funded accounts. We'll cycle through. So if I'm struggling on one funded, we'll just kind of put that one away so I don't like end up over trading it and burning it. So we've had the funded accounts that we've had for quite a while. We're about $250 away from the second payout on the funded account that we're working on now. And so I didn't trade that today just because I didn't want to ruin my Friday by digging myself in a deeper hole. And I'm glad I did, because I was struggling most of this morning because of the manipulation that we were having with the 15 minutes.
I mean, I didn't find today like that difficult to trade, but it was one of those days where like I kind of came into it thinking like take profit fast, right? Go maybe bigger size, go, like I said, 5-10 points, and that's it. Enough kids for a full court basketball scrimmage. Yeah, with the parents, you could play 5-on-5. So otherwise it'd be a little 4-on-4 action. Now we're getting the break lower, guys. ES lost that 66 level. It's pushing lower here. I could stab here. I could stab. I might try it, guys. 15 point. All right, I'm going to go 15 point stop here. Stabbing short.
Let's go.
Going to go break even now.
Boo. Don't go break even.
Brother, I always go break even. Let's go. Quick 30 points today on the stream. Nothing wrong with that.
Look at there. We got in before methodical man on that trade. Look at him.
Well, you didn't say a word.
Well, it's because you were taking it, but I just...
He said he got in before me, but he didn't say a word. You see how that works?
I got in it as we were breaking the wedge, man. We broke our wedge last Friday. It seemed like every day this week we've been breaking these wedges, and we always end up just selling down.
What'd you say? You had a wedgie, so you took the trade? I don't know, something like that. That's what I heard anyway.
The wedge.
It had to be something along those lines.
We smashed the button at about 24, 25.
24, 25. So you're right there you're right there with me.
The same.
Yeah.
I got like a 10-point stop loss on the runner. Like I
said,
have
the runner going?
Yeah.
Hey, let's switch over to Husk screen so we can see what he's got going on. You actually might get quite a few more points here because the 5 minutes about to close. And I'm going to venture a guess and say here, if it closes down at like the 508, 510 area, that's going to be a really good sign. And I think you could maybe target 476.
I was trying to target the bottom of the Sabo box or Tom box.
Tom Sabo. So look, this is
Oh,
a
Tom
really
Sabo.
good close on the 5 minute. I think 476 is your first target down, and followed by 457, and then obviously the low a day beyond that. So this thing really could flush here.
Dude, last week it flushed 200 points Friday evening.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't see anything really holding this up on the even on the ES all the way down to the 46.
Well, you know how it is on that first like whole number hit. It's probably going to push back up to the 25 here. It would be my guess. Either the 25 or up to the 20. It just seems like, you know, it likes to come back and touch that 25.
Yeah, generally I would agree with you, but I think that this 90 and this whole number has been touched. It's been tested quite a few times. I think that you might get through there without much resistance. I do agree with you. The 525 probably looks on any pushback up is probably the line in the sand. But I think you break 90 here. This thing waterfalls really quickly to 76. Maybe we bounce off the 76 for a degree, and then continue lower. There's just nothing here. ES is knifing through the supports. I think this thing might just go. We might see the elevator. So there's the 95. So we break 90. It's going to move very quickly into the 76s.
We're looking for the 75 bounce here.
I think it's a great target. Very good target there.
That'd be a nice 50-point trade. We hit that target.
That's a very good target. Again, I got in before the trend line break there. Husk is holding a runner. This is kind of the, you know, the validity to holding a runner. Sometimes you can catch a 40, 50 point run down, and that's going to add $100, $150 to your P&L. You don't even need huge size.
I'm gonna have to show Methodical Man's all the diamonds on my hands so he can get a glimpse what he's in store for next week.
We'll see. We'll see. The competition is starting on Monday, guys. It'll be we'll be coming out of the gate, you know, punching on Monday. So we'll see how it goes. I might come out trading a mini. You never know.
Come out trading a mini.
One mini, 15 points, you know.
Methodical's already setting himself up for a reset, is what I hear.
Listen, if there's a reset in my future, then so be it. It's fine.
That is straight up reset. Oh, goodness.
Maybe I just got to be nimble and I got to get in there and I got to be sniperish. So.
Like I said, guys, this could easily push back up to the 25 or even the 10. Since we hit the 90, you kind of want to see the 10 hold. If I had to pick a level to hold, is the 10. Hit the 10, then come back through the whole number.
We also left a bearish 2-minute gap right there at 510. So maybe rebalance that and then continue to push lower. So we are still in this this bullish 2-minute gap here, but I think we're just going to flush right through it. Raphael says stop field. Winners room giveaway. You know, you don't need to contact support to claim the account. You will receive the account credentials automatically in your email within 24 hours, just so you guys know. So
there's a 10 to 15.
Now, theoretically, this would be an A+ long on this 2-minute chart
Ooh.
here. We swept liquidity. We're delivering from a fair value gap. We're deep in discount. This would still be an A+ long if it triggered. But I think the long would be on the 3-minute chart instead of the 2. Yeah, it'd have to be on the 3-minute.
So what's the long? Like what would I have to
it would have to close above 535.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I won't let it get that far back.
So I personally don't think the long is going to trigger here, but it might.
I just want to see it run to the bottom of the box, just kind of stay inside that range where, you know, we kind of manipulated out the top, and hopefully this next one will kind of go through the bottom.
Right now we're kind of hitting this trend line, this little short-term 2-minute trend line we just created. We're bouncing off that. This thing could get right through there. KZY man, you think it's a long? Yeah, maybe. Could be. I mean, you need to see V-shaped here for a long, right? You really need to see this thing just pump right back up. And I don't think we're going to get it this time of day. That's one thing is against, you know, looking for a bigger move is the time of day. We're in lunchtime. Just, you know, doesn't typically happen. Trev took the short. Let's go. Guys, anybody excited for baseball? Major League Baseball opening day was a couple of days ago. Any baseball fans in the chat? I'm going to be heading out to a Braves game, not next Friday, but the Friday after. So the Braves versus the Guardians. We'll be going to check that out. Simple Trader loves baseball. Let's go. Raul's a fan. Go Mets. All right. All right.
All right. We're just going to move our stop loss down to 520. This way, if this candle can't continue flushing.
Love Futures. I like the Braves. I'm from Georgia. I live near Atlanta. So I like the Braves. We used to play baseball all the time as kids. You know, I coached baseball last year, but not this year. This is a good candle, in my opinion, Husk. We break this trend line. We get below that 490 here. This thing's really going to run. I think it's going to go quickly. I might even consider jumping back in below 490, potentially.
Sounds like Methodical Man's double dipping over there.
I might consider it. We'll see. Did I watch the World Baseball Classic? No, I didn't get to catch it because it came on at odd times. Yeah, AJ, baseball games are long, but with the new pitch clock and things like that, it does speed it up a bit. But you got to dedicate at least, 2.5, 3 hours to it for sure. Guys, Pro Account promo is still going on. New users get 50% off. Existing users 30% off. Unlimited uses. Reads bills at the discounted price using code YouTube.
All right, guys. So my stop loss is sitting at 520 and my take profit is at 475.
Oh, there's an F1 race this weekend. That's awesome. I do like racing. There's actually a sprint car race at a local dirt track here. I was considering going to Saturday night in a town called Livonia, a couple of towns over from me, at Livonia Speedway.
Dude, if this thing can break the 90s, we should get the flush.
Fun fact for you guys, my mom used to be a dirt track race car driver when I was a kid. I don't know. Do you even know that, Husk?
I don't think so. Or I might have heard it. I don't remember.
Yeah, she used to drive the she used to race in the Pinto division. She raced a Ford Pinto.
Ooh.
This is actually turning into one of my favorite setups. We're creating a 2-minute order block here potentially with a trend line break. It's one of my favorite setups because you can just put your stop above the order block.
Do you feel like we got more than the 75? I shouldn't be greedy. We're just going to take the 75.
Yeah, I think we retrace to the low a day here, but I think, 75 is an excellent exit. That's a 5-minute ledge there. So, anybody know what a Ford Pinto is? I don't know how many races she won in the future. I was very young. I was probably like 3 or 4 years old.
So for this entry, guys, so this was kind of like a wedge breakout. I've noticed that we've been getting these a lot during the lunch hour. So basically, it's almost like you're just kind of getting really tight consolidation, and you just pretty much just take the breakout. The only thing is you can get burned doing this because sometimes it likes to manipulate the wedge. It'll like pop out the bottom, then go straight back up.
You had a Pinto, Izzy Lizzy, or y'all had one? Awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had one too. We had every kind of Oldsmobile, Buick, Ford, El Cheapo card you can think of, Ford Escort, all the things. So, buyers nowhere to be found. You're not wrong, Dave. Sellers are fully in control here. You're getting some bounces, but not very much. Matt is coming on after this, guys. Got about 11 minutes for Matt.
I have noticed like sometimes during this time of the day, I feel like I'm in the Asia market a little bit when you don't get those good follow throughs where you can't go to break even too quick. Because if you try to go to break even too quick, you're just going to just end up with break even trade. So it's almost like you got to keep that negative drawdown.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I think if you can get a clean close here below like 490, I mean, if we can get a clean close, I think that this thing just rips lower. But we are really holding up at this little short-term trend line and this small 2-minute gap that we're in. We're also in a 5-minute gap as well. But if we get a clean close here in the next 30 seconds, I think this thing might start to get some legs. And like I said, I could participate here with about a 15-point stop, but I don't know if it's worth it for me. Probably kind of already missed a move, so there's really no point in trying to no need to have FOMO here, right?
Well, I thought you were in the trade. You just went ahead and just took the
Yeah, I took the 10 points. Yeah, we
Yeah,
took
you
the
just
10.
Yeah.
Took the base hit.
Don't fail me now, hands. Oh, shoot. This thing could pull back and create the. Oh, shoot.
There's a new 5-minute candle.
Yeah.
Not a great. Well, actually, the close. Yeah, it's a pretty tricky close. Didn't quite get down there as far. All right, Abhishek. Whatever. I don't know what your real name is. You should have put on there son of Abhishek. That would have been perfect.
What I don't want to see is this candle come back up here and print. Then that fourth candle will just kind of just go straight back up, unfortunately, if that happens.
Yeah, did you see that? So Trev is talking about, you see close right there on the 5-minute. It literally closed to the tick from inversing that and just did not quite do it. A lot of times that's a sign that we're going to pop, but
yeah,
probably going to go up just to go back down, if we're being honest.
Well, you know, like the good old nasty girl or NASDAQ, she's going to come up there and stop me out, then go down. That's how NASDAQ works.
Maybe just put your stop higher then. I don't know.
I don't want to sit through negative drawdown. We're kind of at the end of the lunch hour here. So I'd rather either, because we went in with 3 contracts. So we already took the 2 contracts. So this way I can at least make up for what we lost a while ago on that other trade. So that'll put us back at about $100 profit.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I'm obviously just giving you a hard time.
Oh, it's all good. All good. All right. Kind of pushed up to the
That's a great reaction. Yeah.
Close of the candle there. Didn't quite break that wick. It just got up to the close.
It's a very good reaction. I'm telling you guys, the 500 level is just holding up big time here. We lose that level, it's low a day again. Low a day again. Guys, if you're not a part of MyFundedFutures Discord, got the link right there in the chat. You get all the access to everything, any sales that are going on. You got access to, obviously, mods that can answer questions and things like that. So join the Discord if you haven't already. You can also subscribe to my channel or Hush channel. The link's in the description, probably somewhere in the chat as well. Follow us on X. We will follow you back. Yeah. Just don't slide into the DMs. Whatever you do, stay out of the DMs. I am going to be reading some X DMs on my stream sometime next week, just so you guys know.
What do you mean reading X DMs? I guess I don't get that.
I've gotten a lot of funny DMs, so we're going to read some of them for comedy.
Is that all the hot girl pictures that you get on X sometimes?
Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as a hot girl.
I don't know if they're real or not, but you know,
I am a taken man. I do not look at other girls. So,
oh goodness.
There's the links in the chat right there, guys. Look at Husk over there trying to bait me. What's wrong with him? Trying to get me in trouble.
Well, good thing you didn't enter at the 500 because you'd be puckering up right now with the in drawdown.
That's right. Reich trades the myth files. Husk is like, I thought they were real. Yeah. Husk is over there messaging him back. Hey, baby.
No, man, we don't do any of that.
Oh goodness.
Come on. We hit the 30 points right there at the end of the stream yesterday. So should we just went for the 30 points instead of being greedy and going for the 50? We're going for the 50-point trade instead of the 30-point trade because usually 30 is about what I look for.
I think you're 100% good here. This candle right here is probably going to do it for you. Like I said, I could enter here and just have stop kind of. I mean, you could really enter and have a 10, 12-point stop. The break of 90. Bear trader, beer testing time. He means back testing time. Back testing time, bear trader. 30 is enough for today. You're not wrong. It is a day
Yeah.
where you take the trade level to level for the most part.
Yeah, I want to say probably 70%, 80% of my runners have been stopped out today. I've only hit a few like max targets of 30 points. Everything else has just been hammered.
I do think this is a spot where you get, you know, a quick little flush. I am going to join the party.
Uh-oh. Methodical got the FOMO over there. He wanted to be part of the action.
My chart froze.
That's a sign, man. That's a sign. It says stay out.
Nah.
Stay out of the waters.
It's about to just dump. I feel it. Dump incoming. 75 incoming. I'm telling you.
Choo, choo.
Since this is a chase, stop to break even for me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man.
It tickled it. Like literally, I think we hit 77.
Dude, I was 2 ticks away from my take profit.
Oh goodness.
It stopped me out. Quite rude. On any kind of chase play, I like just moving the stop quickly though. I'm not going to give that room to rip back against me. That is a really good area though. I think 76.50 is kind of my bounce zone. What was the low on that candle? Let me see.
Looks
78.50.
78. Okay, I thought it got to 77.
78.50 there. We broke structure here though. I don't see how this thing doesn't push lower now. We lost the 90, all the things. ES has nothing as far as support goes until small support at 54, but below that really 46. This thing should smash. And I think that would have been my take profit right there.
All right. Woo. That was a long trade, guys. I'm glad we held on. That was almost right at 50 points.
Let's go. 36 more likes. Come on, guys. As you come in, let's hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribing. A little bounce possible here. ES is at support. Really want to see NASDAQ close below 480. That'd be ideal. 314 likes right now. Guys, remember, the more you chat, the more you participate in the chat, the more points you get. So,
yeah, that's kind of almost like you expect the whole number to get hit to 75. That's something that usually me and Methodical look for, is those whole number hits. So most of the time you hit the 75, you anticipate kind of a pop back into the 90s to the whole number, whatever whole number you're at, which in this case is the 500. And then after it hits the 90s, you want to see it hit the 90s and kind of push back down to the 50s.
Beatrice Eric, congratulations. You have won a 50K Rapid account fresh from Abhishek. Uniman, let's go.
Nice. It was that like a +1?
Yeah, something like that, I believe.
Nice on the +1. Congratulations.
Let's go. That's a song right there, right? That's a song. Say my name, say my name. That's about as close to a melody as you'll get from me. Unless we're in the car. All right, guys, we do got Matt coming up here in about 2 minutes time.
Nice.
So get your sunglasses ready.
So we're up $200 for the day on our MyFundedFutures 50K.
One thing I will point out, if you see that level where you took profit right there, this is one of the things I talk about a lot. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but you know, I like to use the 5-minute ledges on gold for bounce plays. Well, when I'm taking profit, I always mark out the ledges on the 5-minute, and I take profit at the body of the candle and not at the wick. I do that because almost always, just as in this scenario, you get a 10 or 15 point bounce off that level. Doesn't mean it's not going to run the wick. It just means that, do I really want to fight that extra for that extra 10 or 15 points? You know what I mean? So for that reason, I always take a little bit of short profit there. And that's the reason why I had 76.50 marked out. As you can see that 5-minute ledge there on Huss chart. So I'll show you guys what I mean here. We'll switch over to the 5-minute right quick. But you can see right here on the 5-minute, you just have kind of the body here. So you see how we bounced off that. So this is how I kind of determine my profit target levels, taking levels on any sort of a break of structure. So bounced off that, and then this body would be your next. This is the exact same strategy that I'm trading on gold in the evenings between 6 and 10. If you guys want to check that out, I did post a video on that. I'll let you guys know how gold's been doing. We are currently 85 for 89, which comes out to 95% on gold, trading it between 6 and 10 p.m. Eastern at nighttime. So
Yeah, I got me a nice little gold win last night for
as I
200
did as
bucks.
well. I took I was up $400 on one funded, and we were up $100 across several others, probably 15. So
I don't.
I'll go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was talking about last night. You had to explain to me why the charts keep freezing on gold for anybody that's not aware of that, because that was really messing with me. Because I kept thinking my gold charts were freezing up, but apparently that's normal.
Yeah, it's not really freezing. It's just not moving. It's just a
Yeah.
spread. And when you're on the 5-minute chart, you're not necessarily going to see it move, you know,
Yep.
1 or 2 ticks. So,
That was
hey,
scary.
460 locked in, Hilda. Green is green. Let's go.
Nice. Did you just
$4
take
or-
that on the short?
No, that's $4.60. Maybe they just got it back. I don't know. But yeah, I'm basically trading my funded accounts on golds now. there's no reason to take anything else, right? We got a huge advantage, a huge edge. There's no need to do anything else. So that's what we're doing. Vibes, you're out of the short. Let's go.
Nice. I definitely can see that pivot to get hit on the 460s. That's kind of where I feel like we're going to go. Even though it may grind and grind, it may take another 15, 20 minutes for us to get down there to rerun this low. But we're also at the low of the 4-hour candle. So your 4-hour low of that previous 4-hour candle, not the one that we're currently in, is at 471.
Yeah, we bounced off that level a few times here.
Yeah.
Kind of wicked through it, held it, bounced back above it. So,
and see, I got short bias whenever we had that 4-hour low. I thought, man, if we get below that and kind of wick back up in it, it's like I wanted to look for a short. Actually, I think I did, but I think I got stopped out multiple times.
I'm up $420 on my MyFundedFutures Rapid 50K funded account day one. So really good day one there.
Nice.
I typically only try to go for $200 to $300. So we'll take the 420 and run. So, but that's going to do it for Husk and I, guys. We'll be back Monday where the competition will begin. Like I said, get your glasses out, ready for Matt. Rocket Scooter's coming up now. Appreciate you guys watching. Hope you have a good weekend. We'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
Ba-da-da-da. What's up, friends? How are y'all doing today? Welcome to the show. Give me everything you got. Give me the rockets. Give me the scooters. Give me the glasses. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. We are live. We are live here on MyFundedTV. Lunch Right with Matt. Thank you for tuning in. Actually, I got to post about this. Hold on. Let me throw this on the Twitter. How y'all doing today? It's been kind of another one of those weird, crazy, choppy, days. As you know, I'm doing a million challenge, taking $100,000 account to $1 million live on stream. Give you a little bit of the history there. 15,755 today. I made $88,000 yesterday in this account, and you guys are paying attention. $88,000 as far as the challenge goes. That's probably the third highest day of the challenge, maybe the second highest day. I think I had 105,000 one of the days, and then I had maybe a 90,000, but 88,000 yesterday. Crazy, right? So what happened yesterday? I had a hunch. Remember, I had 12,000 on the show, and I had a little bit of a hunch yesterday that as the market was selling, when you have a really strong selling day, you usually don't have a
red day that just doesn't have a little bit of a wick. It's so rare that red days have a red candle with no wick at the bottom, like a red body candle at the bottom. Pretty much almost every red day towards the end of the day after market closes has a little bit of wick action, especially the strong. You can go back and look, like just about, let's do an exercise. Remember, statistics, right? They're very helpful. Let's make this big and full. Let's go back and let's count the candles. I love this game. Let's play some candle count day, especially like in maybe just here. Let's count all the red days and all the red days with some wick action. Okay, ready? If there's any kind of wick, which means, you know, the market closes above the low. Okay. Red days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. Okay, 70. And of the 70 days, here's days that closed red without a wick. There's one. There's a tiny one there. I'll give it some credit. 2, and maybe this one. 3. Little wick, little wick, little wick, little wick, little wick, little wick. Okay. So 3 out of 70 days, when you have just a big red sell-off day, close at the low. It's the rarest of the rare. Most red days that just collapse and collapse and collapse and collapse and they close like this, they kind of like sort of do this in the last hour, right? Put a little wick on that daily candle. It's pretty common, right? I usually like to do that in market sell-off days when markets are crashing and crashing and crashing and crashing. I literally wait until the last moment, and then right after the market closes, I try to jump out on a long if it hasn't already, or I build a position near the close. Yesterday, same thing. We're trading lower and trading lower and trading lower and trading lower and trading lower, and the market closed at the low. And so I fired off like 10 contracts long NASDAQ, and then it dipped a little more. I bought 10 more. Now it's going to put about a 40-point stop to try to make like the little 40 points on the wick that you usually get. It just so happens being long 20 contracts, well, NASDAQ, I'm on S&P, but the same thing, like within, I don't know, 15 minutes, I was up and up and up. I was up maybe like 10 grand or something on the trade. And then at most, it was close to like 120, 130. I think I saw it peak at. And I was spamming the close button, like literally spamming here. And the funny thing was like when it just took off, it was like here. And I'm trying to close the trade. I'm like, exit all, exit all, exit. I'm spamming the button and it's not exiting. This is a live account, by the way, not prop account. My live account wasn't getting fills. It took like 10 seconds to fill, I feel like. It was like, I was like, come on, close, 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 close. And I'm like spamming the button. Then it goes like 20, then it goes 19, then 18, then 15, then 10, then 5, then close. Like it was literally struggling to close the trade in that moment. So I got screwed a little bit out of 60K, but I walked away with about 88 there, wherever I closed out, wherever it was. So for whatever reason, I told you guys yesterday, remember I told you I never get lucky. This universe never, ever, ever in the history of my trading has rewarded me with a lucky play off of some news event to a magnitude like that. Never. I'm always on the opposite side of that. I'm always in the trade like the flowers day, and then it goes the other way against me, and then I lose hundreds of thousands of dollars or something on a stupid news event. The universe has never blessed me with, here, Matt, here's some good luck in your fortunes. My P&L curve never looks like this, or it goes up and goes up and goes up and then does this and then goes up and goes up and goes up. I never have that. My P&L curve always is like this. The excursions are always to the downside. Okay. I walked away with 88K, and then today I'm up 15K. So the history of the account, right? I took it to like close to 600,000. I withdrew everything down to 200,000. And then from 200,000, I'm up to 460. So in 1 week plus a day, what's up, CEO? What's up? This is my first time doing a million challenge. It's my second time doing a million challenge on my stream. I did one in 2020. So since Wednesday night, but Thursday session until now, in 6 trading days, I made $260,000 in 6 days. That's crazy. For this level of an account, that's way too much. That's huge. Yeah, 260K in 6 days. There's Wednesday night after I took out the withdrawals. I was already in a trade. The final withdrawal hit the stream Thursday, and I was at 250 with 50K of profit. So the withdrawal was to 200 plus the 50K of profit if you include Thursday. So that's it. It is the 3-month mark. So within usual, as I say, I'm the most transparent trader you guys will ever see online. I show you my stats. Let's cover it real quick. Remember, there's so many people that just like to show you their payouts or list how much I made this month or whatever. I'll show you the full stats. Let me load it up. Loading. Here we go. All right. Just so you can see that it's from the actual trading account itself. This is Tradeovate, Rocket Scooter account reports, live NinjaTrader account. This is a cash account, not a prop account. Just to show you the account number, I'm going to center it and make it bigger, but this is the account number here. Let's put this off to the side and center around here. So the P&L looks like this. The stats to go over are in 9,500 trading days since Christmas. Gross P&L $593,000. Somebody, I posted this on Twitter yesterday, but somebody was like, "Dang, dude, you paid 30,000 in commissions in the last 3 months." I know, right? I paid more in commissions than probably some people have made trading. I know. Well, this is an aggressive challenge, though. It's been a lot. Some things to note, right? Let me talk about some stats. What are some good things? What are some bad things you see? This environment has been very tough. Very tough. I'm not going to lie. This choppiness is testifying how tough it is. This was the notorious Flowers Day where I lost $220,000 by sleeping at the wheel. I stepped away. I got flowers delivered. 10 minutes later, I came back and some Trump tweet had moved the market hundreds of points and I was short. I didn't set a stop. That was a mistake I made, and I can still make mistakes. But boy, I never think like, in the 10 minutes I'm gone, the market's going to go crazy. But it happened. The lightning struck, and then I got it all back and then kept going. I don't remember what happened here, but it's probably the same thing. There's a couple of like, when I'm betting big, the environment we're in, this choppy sort of market that we've been in like the whole last 3 months, has led to choppiness in my P&L and some really close calls there. But other than the close calls here and here and here, these are one-offs. Everything else is pretty solid otherwise, minus the one-offs. The one-offs are just like I got very close way back in here, right? So that's part of it. Anyways, so the max run up to drawdown is a 2-to-1 on the scale is fantastic. On shorter term, anything that you run up more than you draw down is, it looks like I go up 2 for every 1 that come down pretty much. The largest winning trade, largest losing trade, about the same size. Average winning trade and standard deviation of that are both smaller than the average losing trade, which really is characterized by what you see on the screen. You can see that my winners are consistent. My losers are big. It's not normally like that, but it's like that because of this environment. When I'm wrong quick and small. When I'm right often and quick and big. Sorry. When I'm wrong quick and big. When I'm right often and small, which is just like a characteristic of this particular market, right? It's not a clean trending market. I can't just get on a position and let it ride all day. I have to get in a position, make my money, and then get out of the way quick before some Trump tweet moves me around, right? That's kind of how this market is. Just checking the chart really quick. So normally these are roughly the same size in my normal course of trading. In this environment, it's almost like I'm operating on negative R&R, which I kind of am, but I'm making money with it. So don't let anybody tell you that negative R&R is a terrible strategy when you are trading a choppy market. It is what's floating me. I'm taking a lot of smart, and it only works when you have a win rate greater than half. That's how you can operate negative R&R. You must have a win rate that's greater than half. My win rate is normally 70 to 80% is normally my win rate. This choppy environment has dropped me down to 62% over 10,000 trades, but it's still enough that I can operate negative R to R in many instances and still make profit, because when you win more often than you don't, you can still make a lot of smaller wins to offset a bigger loss when you win more than you lose. Technically, my trading is mostly my average wins and losses are about the same size. I try to get my same 40 points in NASDAQ and 40 points stop. I keep this close to 1-to-1. But it's right now 1 to 1.3, which is a little bit different than I normally do. But I had to adapt to this environment. So my win rate, much lower than normal. But because of that, the characteristic of the P&L is because of the type of trading. I'm very consistent at getting my pivots, but the market structure just breaks so much that I get squeezed very rapidly. It's not like I'm in the trade wrong and I'm sitting on it bag holding. You guys that have watched the losses, it's more like, you know, market falls to hedge pressure and then I long heavy and then it just dies really quick and then I take the loss. I try to trade one more time at DD band and then it dies really quick. It's not like I just lost the trade and then like lost the trade and then bag held and bag held and bag held. It was like that's just the nature of volatility in the environment altogether. When you're in this kind of volatility, the market will just fly against you. And so you have to kind of take a stance of, I'm kind of scared to be in trades for long periods of time because one tweet can wipe you. I mean, you can be on the wrong side of a short and then, you know, you're upside down $100,000 in a moment's time. So I'm in and out of trades very quickly. Like I'm buying the dip and I'm scooping into a big position. And the minute it makes profit, I'm trimming out most of it and holding a runner because that zip zap can completely kill my P&L. So I've kind of adapted my trading strategy where I'm so eager to get a strong, say like, for example, if I said buy off a DD band, I had the confluence. Today we don't, but if I did have the confluence, I would buy and just hold and I would let it ride most of the day. This environment, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but in this environment, have you found out that you can't really hold a trade all day anymore? Have y'all found out the same thing that I found out? Have you also had to adapt your strategies that you can't hold the trade all day anymore? You know what I mean? Most of my trades, and I think that explains why my win rate is also lower, because most of my trades are like, I would buy here and then buy here and then buy here and then build a pretty heavy position. And then the minute it goes positive, I'm dropping out, like I might buy like 2 and then 4 and then 6, and I've got a position of 12, and then it goes up there. That might close out 8 of those and then hold 4 for a runner. And then it moves just a tiny bit. Then I close out 2 more. Then I hold 2 for a runner. I'm not grabbing like 20 contracts and just like sitting on it, right? Are you feeling like that being successful in this scalping environment, it's the same kind of situation for a lot of you guys? You got to be like in and out quick, because the longer you're in, the more you're going to get zapped. And I've learned this through this environment, you know? So normally I'm more in a bull market. I'm very eager to hold on to my trade for the whole day, right? How long did I expect this challenge to take before you started? So when I started, if it was a bull market and I traded as aggressively as I did with my normal win rate, I could have made it to the million in like 2 to 3 weeks. If I got lucky, like just back to back wins, I could have made it in less than a month. I expected it to take a month or less if the market were to trend in either direction. But the reason it's not going anywhere is because the market is not trending, right? It's been a choppy market, a news-driven market, and it's been since December, actually close to since October. It's just not been clean. Like structure breaks have been so prominent. I'm telling you, stuff that I do that works like 90% of the time, I feel like works 55% of the time since December. It's just one of those characteristics of a transitional kind of bear market, right? Once you're flipping sides and turning around, the choppy part is never anybody's best trading. So when I started back here in like November, right here, my thoughts were like, yeah, you know what? We're probably going to keep rallying. I'm going to do this thing pretty quick. It just so happens, the market just did a lot of this noise. I mean, the entirety of the challenge was this. So I don't know if this is impressive to you guys, or if this matters to you, but I've managed to 6x P&L and the challenge from A to B in an environment that looks like this. Fund managers losing money in this environment. They're not being the S&P. So the fact that I can go 5 to 6x over is really a testament of adapting to this market and staying, learning from my mistakes and learning from my losses and learning from the environment. Like, and the mistake was I left my computer for a hot minute, right, to go downstairs to get some flowers. And I didn't even think twice about it. I'm like, I'm just in 20 contracts. I'll come back plus or minus 5,000, no big deal. And then I come back and it's like minus 170, 180, 190. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm like, get out of the trade, right? And so I've learned, and I actually learned this the first time Trump was president. Never leave the ship unmanned. Well, Trump is actively president. The minute you do, you're at risk of something. And I think I just got lazy. We learned this. I'm sure I had the same mistake the first go around back in the first Chinese trade war in 2018, whenever that was. Same stuff, same crap. And I guess this many years later, I slipped and backslid a little bit, and leave your station unmanned with the position on the table. It's hard to imagine, he's not going to say anything in like 5 or 10. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Well, boy, oh boy. Now, when I go take a leak, bro, I got my phone in my hand while I'm taking a piss. Every time I go to the bathroom and I'm in a trade, my phone is in my hand. I'm like, I've got, one hand on my phone and one hand doing the deed, And so I'm not. So yeah. Anyways. Yeah, can't take a piss break without pop-up news. And I'm telling you, man, it happens. It happens. I'm in there. I'm like missing the toilet and stuff, and I'm just like, where's the candles going? Oh crap, I'm peeing on the floor. I'll clean it up when the market closes. Like you really can't, right? Both hands on the piano. I know, yeah, it's how it is. But again, part of trading is to adapt the environment. Sometimes you're going to have something. And I'll tell you, my years of trading, it's never been so volatile as it has been with Trump. When I started trading in 2010, Obama was president, right? So from 09 until 2008, 2016 was Obama. Then we had first Trump, then we had Biden, then we had Trump. That's my whole trading career is there. Obama was not creating news-based headlines left and right to make this market move. Biden certainly never made the market move one time, ever. Like I almost, as much as I hate to say this because I'm just not Democrat and I'm not a big fan of Joe Biden in general. As being president, he didn't really do much. I kind of like, from a trading perspective, I wish he was president every year, always. Just for Wall Street's perspective. God, it was such an easy market, right? They didn't really do much. They don't stir a lot of pots. They don't kick a lot of hornets' nests out there. The administration just basically was napping for 4 years. Now, horrible president, yes, but I mean, for Wall Street, like, it's almost like you if you love Trump's policies, you hate Trump's Wall Street. You hate Biden's policies, you love Biden's Wall Street. It's kind of the opposite is true. I definitely miss the Biden times. I don't miss the Biden person. I miss the Biden times where the market was bullish and just clean and there was no headlines moving the market around. Even the recession in 2022 was very tradable and very easy. It was just sort of nice and clean and easy to tell. That was the easiest recession I was ever part of. And it was so easy to get in, get out. Trading was really nice. Trump naps in his meetings, yeah, probably. I kind of do miss that Wall Street. Don't miss the president though, but I miss the Wall Street. This one is so different. If you realize part of your trading is going to have to adapt to conditions, and the climate's always going to change, you know, and you may be an expert at, you know, doing whatever it is you do when it's a sunny day, but then when you walk outside and the wind is blowing and it's storming, you have to be good enough at what you do to adapt, and you have to adapt on the fly without blowing up. And early on in the challenge, people were heckling, like, not you guys, but on socials, like, oh my God, Matt took 70,000 in drawdown. What a loser. Right? You know, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Let me cook. I'm going to make $1 million. I'm going to make 10 extra salary in a month. Just shut up. Just watch. Just let me cook. But at first I was a little scared too, because the market was behaving erratically. My normal strong pivots were not working as much as they do. I was noticing early on, that what I normally do wasn't working. So what do you do? There's a lesson here, right? What do you do in that environment? Something you normally do isn't working. What do you do? Do you tell yourself, oh, my strategy just doesn't work anymore. Let me try something brand new and take a risk there? Not really, right? You shouldn't do that. If something you did that worked that isn't working before, your job is just to abandon it like there's some other magical thing that would work. Every strategy that you use that relies on structure sometimes holds and sometimes doesn't. The thing is, when structure holds, every strategy works. When structure doesn't hold, every strategy doesn't work. So part of your trading has to understand when to apply your strategy and when not to. It's naive to think a strategy is going to apply in every instance. Hello. Woo!
Nothing.
I got snacks
Yeah.
and a cup that I can't show on the stream.
Oh.
Let me see.
Okay, so first.
Ooh, that's tasty. So I'll tell you to finish the story in a minute. So Doc went to Trader Joe's. We don't have a Trader Joe's near us. So she went and got some snacks. Ghost pepper potato chips.
I want to try it on screen.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's try it.
Typically, ghost pepper stuff isn't as spicy as the peppers themselves. But here,
It's like the one chip challenge, guys. Are you ready?
I bet you it's not that spicy.
It doesn't look that spicy.
The ghost pepper Popeyes isn't that spicy either. It tastes like barbecue chips.
I know.
Oh, that's got a little heat to it.
It definitely does.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
that's a dry heat too from those ghost peppers.
Oh, you can't eat more than like a couple of these. It's gonna start building up. Okay,
Oh,
try
yeah.
the other one.
Woo!
Okay. One chip challenge when? I'm too old for that.
That was good.
So then you guys told me to go get ketchup chips, so I did. I feel like Matt's gonna spill this all over the place in a second.
Those ghost pepper chips are actually really spicy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What's that?
Ketchup chips, guys. We're going to Canada.
Cheers.
Cheers. Mmm.
That's ketchup.
This is more ketchupy than the famous ketchup chips in Canada.
That's good.
Like I taste more ketchup than the umami.
I wish it's ketchupy, but I wish it was more ketchupy.
What? Really? This tastes like a whole bottle of ketchup.
Like ketchup is more. It needs more of that cinnamon flavor that ketchup has, and it needs more vinegar. But it's good. That's pretty good. Also, what do we got? Trader Joe's snacky clusters.
Yeah, it's like it has potato chips, corn chips, and what are those? Nuggets?
Pretzel nuggets wrapped in chocolate. All right, a couple more. Snack time. Hold on.
And
Here you go.
it looks like a ball of dookie.
All right, it does. Down the hatch. It's just like chocolate covered chunk. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
Good.
Not bad.
Mmm.
Have any packages?
No.
Not yet. Okay.
What's so important about that package?
Graphics card. It's a
Ooh.
It's a $4,500 thing that when it hits the doorstep, let's get it inside.
Okay, what makes it $4,500 though?
AI.
What? Really? Whoa.
Yeah, AI is taking, can't get chips anymore. They're hogging up all the RAM. They're hogging
I
up all
have
the,
all the chips.
not that kind of chip,
Oh.
the RAM chip. You can't get them anymore. We have all the chips here though.
Oh, so we can sell that for a much higher now?
No, because I bought it from a scalper at a higher marked up price.
Oh, you did, and now we're reselling it for
No, we're not reselling it. I needed one. They don't have them anywhere. They're normally $3,000. I had to buy it for $4,500. Those ghost pepper chips are fire. I like them.
They're good, yeah.
They're like spicy the way I like it.
it. By the time you're downstairs, baby.
But it's like the heat is like dry heat and it doesn't last long. It's not like Carolina Reaper sort of heat. I like it. Yo, I eat the spiciest foods, man. Ooh, yeah. All right. Of those three things, I'm not gonna lie, the ketchup chip's not bad. We don't get those a lot down here. Yeah, ghost peppers that taste like barbecue. The chip tasted like barbecue chip. It was like tangy and sort of like molasses vinegar flavor. That ghost pepper vibe. It's actually not bad. Okay. Anywho. Yum. Yeah, that's a W for wifey. All right. So where I was saying is that, oh yeah, so structure, right? Structure is part of a trading strategy. You're gonna have something that happens X% of the time because typically markets, follow your structure. They'll bounce on supports, they'll resist on resistances. And why? Because it's not every day that a hedge fund wakes up and goes, something crazy is happening in the world. We're running out of money. We got to dump all our stuff, right? That sort of thing. You get the one-off where somebody's dumping a whole lot of stuff, breaks the structure. Typically the structure is held up by everybody not doing anything at all. Think about that. If everyone on Wall Street is just like long, let's just hang on for a year. Let's keep going up. Let's just not do anything. As long as nobody does anything, that's your structure. The structure is maintained by the collective belief that market's going to keep going, and therefore the collective activity is nobody's breaking the structure. If everybody's not selling, then the market's not going to sell off. But if one person starts to sell, then that could be enough to offset the little micro changes that take place throughout the day. And then you break your structure, and then the market flips out for a minute as the algos try to catch up to it. In an environment like this, structure's just breaking all the time because of the weird dynamic. There's so many conflicting things, good news, bad news, good Fed projections, bad Fed projections, inflation getting worse, right? GDP growth rate slowing down. I mean, everything's like all over the place. It's not usually like this. You're starting to see differences of opinions where people are actually sort of shifting money around very rapidly. Gold's going through the roof, then oil's going through the roof, right? Because not everybody is doing the same thing all at once, structure is breaking more often than it doesn't. Anything that you do that was 70% or 80% or whatever is going to be more like a coin flip these days. And what I needed you to do as a trader is to not look at yourself and go, man, I just suck at this. You have to learn that Matt Ketchup Chip Matt told you this, is that one of the key things you have to do in trading is to understand when the market is structured and when it's not. And when it's not, don't search for a strategy that works in it. You have to just understand that it's an environment where it doesn't work. That's part of trading. Not everything works 100% of the time, right? I don't buy the dip at every dip. I buy the dip at places I know where there's structure. But I also have to know that there is structure there and it's being kind of adhered to, right? Backtests will help you with that. But you also can feel it out. Like if your pivots that work most of the time somehow aren't working all the time, then you have to adapt to the fact that structure is just not being followed. People in Wall Street are moving around large chunks of money at this point. So what do? Well, in this environment, trade smaller, right? Know that the market can zap around every once in a while, and you have to basically be ready for it. You haven't seen me on stream trade 40 and 50 contracts anymore. What I did early on when I started noticing that it's too risky to do that. So I'm not abandoning my trading style just because its win rate has plunged. I just have to know that in this environment, that's just going to be the case. And the less confidence you have, the smaller you trade, right? Somebody said, LOL, what are y'all talking about? Does Matt go to the gym? I do. Somebody says Matt owns the gym. I do. We are now opening some gyms. Yeah. When is Trump not speaking? Right? I know. Market is unclear. It's better to stay away. Yeah, that's also true. The one thing is that your strategy that you use, everyone understand this, chat? We good? The strategy that you use may not work all the time. And you need to be okay with that. That's part of it. Coming from me, if this means anything to you, that's part of it. Your strategy may not work all the time. What do? Well, just survive until it gets back to an environment where it's working. Find out when you can apply your strategy, when you can't, and just chill. Somebody said, come on, Matt. Wait, what am I missing? Come on, Matt, what? The gym is useful. Project your capital. Yeah. What are y'all talking about, Jim? What, weren't you able to close all your trades at once yesterday? Was that normal? Liquidity. That happens a lot when you have strong movement in the market like that. There's just not a lot of liquidity. Why are y'all saying, come on, Matt? What did I miss? Gym is amazing. Why are we talking about the gym? Did I miss out on something? Did I call for you liquidity? Y'all are too much today. So speaking of the gym, y'all want to see a picture somebody made of me and Brad and Neon? Check it out. Somebody made this. There you go. Check it out. You want to see this? We're doing our due diligence. We're helping the prop industry. We are the prop cops. Prop cops license registration, man. Look at this. Look. We take the word quad witching day to a whole new level. These prop cops don't skip leg day. That scarily looks like all of us. This looks exactly like Neon. That's so funny. AI nailed it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't seen quad witching until you seen them quads. You know what I'm saying? Yo, we make our arrests with short shorts on. Trump is talking. What is he saying again? Should I short this? What's going on? What's Presidente doing? Are we stopping the war? Did we win the war? Did we win the war? What? What did I do here? Is it over? Nah. Again, it's like the same old. I'm sitting out because Catalyst is active, right? We are below 64.99. Purple line, you always know when I call my Catalyst line. Catalyst active, active, below DE band. Completely irrational. Made 15.7. I'm cool with just chilling. You guys like the prop cops? Prop cops. Prop cops, boys. Much better than the half cap boys. Market popped off fresh as a ketchup chip candle. Gosh, man, y'all are so funny. All right. U.S. signals to allies no immediate plans for an Iran invasion. I like how that's really what's moving the market, right? That's it. Just talking about that. We sent troops over there, remember? The news the other day. Can you see that? Somebody said, can I see that photo again? It's way too sexy and hot. I don't know if I can show that photo again. I mean, YouTube has very strict content policies on sexy pornographic material, you know? It's too hot for human consumption. Might get the channel flagged. I'm surprised we're still here, to be honest. That was you fat fingering some logs. Thank you, Simplify. Really appreciate it. I bet you some of the people already long really appreciate your long there. Thanks for moving the market for us. We talked a lot about ketchup chips. We really did. Hopefully that we rung home with that topic. You know, ketchup chips are very important sometimes. Again, you know, I don't really have much to say about today's market. I'm pretty chill with sitting out. The trades I did make were, I longed at the open. I think, hold on, wait. Oh, yeah. So I longed at the open on NASDAQ right here. or pre-market. No, I think I longed pre-market at DD band. That's right. I had this long, made like 5,000, got out of the way, and then I traded this trade on the S&P, and that's all I've done today. This long there and that long there. No, I'm lying. This long there. It was here. This is the one. So when we broke through and bounced there, I built a long position and closed out there. And I didn't stick with it. The reason I jumped in was that resilience was greater than 0. So I was taking the half gap bet. When that white line goes above 0, it was suspiciously good enough to bet on a move to fill the gap, but we also lost it. So it wasn't moving, and we lost the one on NASDAQ, so I scared myself out of the trade. Closed out. Prop cops. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when your face turns blue? When you pass out from a short, market goes up 100 points. Prop cops. What you gonna do? Instead of trading this market, I'd rather sniff some glue. This market sucks. I gotta write, man, it's a good song that writes itself. It reminds me of the episode of The Office. Scott's tots. Hey, Mr. Scott, what you gonna do? Make our dreams come true. That was one of the better episodes of Michael Scott's ultimate cringiness. Take a blue chew. What you gonna do? Take a blue chew. It's some glue. The market needs some blue chew right now. It really does, right? Top episode. Yeah, that was one of my favorite episodes. That one or the dinner party, I think was my favorite Office episode. And it's like the funniest gag in like the whole show was when Michael Scott got his plasma TV and he was like showing it off to Jim. And it's like this big and it's mounted on the wall. That was just such a good part of that episode. It was so good. All right. Looks like, remember, we're sending troops over there planning on a possible invasion. I think they retaliated by saying they're looking to send 1 million troops to invade the US. I guess I don't know how they're going to get here. Maybe Mexico. I don't know. But anyways, there's no signal immediate plans for an invasion, but it doesn't mean it's not going to happen or that it's risk is off the table. It's right now it's two countries, posturing to each other with their might. So it hasn't entered that full-on ground warfare stage, but it's not like it can't happen. So this isn't good news. That's why the candle just popped up and sold off. It's just, algo-driven stuff. What I think NQ and gold are headed next week, NFP, I think ultimately this market's just trading lower and lower for longer. Until next earnings season, I think, remember I told you guys last month, lower for longer because quarter to quarter. As soon as the Fed came out dooming this market with their projections, it just confirmed what the data said, is that the data was saying that inflation's here for longer. And Wall Street's not so happy with that. And GDP growth rate is slowing. That's really one of the more important things. Non-farm is going to be a big mover for sure. But I think until we start seeing signs of growth, like I think the fear right now is that if companies pass the tariffs on to the consumer and they crushed earnings last season, that this next season they're going to miss earnings because higher price things mean less sales. So when prices weren't as expensive, they made X sale by passing the tariff to the consumer, and it sat in limbo. And now the tariff is on the consumer's plate. They're spending less. So companies are expected to have a lower earnings next season, right? This is what we're pricing in now. Now this makes sense to you guys, right? Let me draw it so it makes a little bit more sense. Tariffs came through. Who's paying for it? We don't know. Company here, put a C right here. We'll put retail here for like us, right? Companies got the tariff. They're like, we're going to pass it through. And anybody that bought anything from that company held on to that, like the wholesalers and all that stuff, your middlemen, bought it at more expensive. Well, they're not part of these retail sales data, right? And then as we start shopping and shopping and shopping and shopping, ultimately your store is going to buy from the distributor, and the tariff is going to leak into here. Companies are just passing it through. We haven't seen it yet. Now we're seeing it. So companies are the same in earnings quarter, first quarter, and then second quarter, they're going to be the same. Okay. Quarter in +1. The companies are going to do the same amount of throughput or whatever, or the same amount of cost to them, but the retail is going to buy more, during last season, because they're buying it cheaper and they're passing the tariff through. It hasn't connected yet because of the delay between when that tariff hits and when that hits the shelves. There's a delay. Logistics, you have to clean out the inventory, buy some more, and they have to clean out the inventory and buy some more, then they pay the price. So people bought a lot during the last quarter earnings, just like normal, with a lower price, and the company wasn't registering the tariff. The tariff is sitting somewhere. It's in limbo. It's right there. Now the tariff is here. So the company is going to be selling less because of the higher price. People don't have as much money to spend. So all things being equal, my prediction is that next quarter earnings report, every company is going to miss expectations. Just like the previous one, every company beat expectations. Does this thought make sense? There's a logistical delay between when the tariffs hit and before we see the prices. Now we're starting to see the inflation go up. Therefore, companies' sales are going down proportionally because people are spending less in fewer places because their dollar doesn't stretch as far. Does that make sense, guys? So my expectation is that next earnings season is going to be worse than the previous one. And that's why companies are selling off, because Wall Street's dumping the stock, getting ahead of that. Remember, Wall Street trades ahead of time. And we have to always be smart to get ahead of time as well. Do you guys think that we're the smarter people in the room, this community, all of y'all? Is that a smart decision to make? It's like, are we going to just be, okay by next week? Now, I think that it's going to take, shoot. We don't have another NVIDIA earnings until what, like May, somewhere in here? We're trying to price in some poor earnings, which is all going to be here, right? It seems like we want to get ahead of this, right? As traders. You're restarted. Restarted, is that the word? Restarted. So anyways, restarted. I should say that. That's an appropriate used word that doesn't get you canceled. Can we enter a long-term real bear market? We don't see a bottom until next year. I think so, Dave. I think earnings will sort of forecast that. Like, we're pricing in that expected poor earnings. And I think, obviously, like leading up into earnings, we'll sort of like retrace a little bit probably, and then sort of, do what we need to do. But until it gets better quarter over quarter, we're still going to press lower until inflation starts to turn around, which is supposed to be this year, right? So if you were to ask me my opinion, as inflation numbers start to turn around, as the tariffs pass through and doesn't get worse, I think that by the end of the year, we're out of it, because it doesn't, because the Fed is still projecting very solid GDP growth. They even projected stronger growth in this last projection. So if GDP goes up and unemployment doesn't come down, then we're not going to be in a recession for long periods of time. But I think, let's draw where next year starts right here, right? This is 2027 right here. I think whatever ends up happening, we don't break this low and we don't break this low. I think that, whatever ends up happening, we're here, and maybe it chops around for a while. And then once, inflation starts to pick back up, maybe it'll try to reach for highs again by this year. And then maybe next summer we're back out of it. I think as bad as it gets, it's not even going to be as bad as 2022. There's no damning data right now. There's no bubbles to pop. I honestly think it's this. Just kind of shit selling until maybe fall. We got to go through like 1 quarter cycle of earnings here, and then another quarter cycle of earnings. And then by the third round, we're pretty much, by September, we're back to better. How many is this? Oh, wait, this is January, March, June, September, December. So I think we're going to have 4 cycles of earnings before we break highs at minimum, if it's like this, because we're basically staring at just kind of weakening economic data, and The projections of 2% inflation do say we're going to have it pretty soon, at least by 2028. So optimistically, somewhere in 2027, we should be pricing in a better 2028. So somewhere in 2027, we should be breaking highs, if all things being considered. This is spooking Wall Street now because, at first Wall Street was like, we're just going to hold through it. That's why we weren't moving. That's why that data came out. And it was really kind of like the smart people got out of the way first, thinking, yeah, they're passing the tariffs on and earnings are going to be bad next couple quarters. And so smart people were trying to sell, but it wasn't everybody selling, which is why we didn't crash straight up. Now people are starting to catch on as the data is rolling in. Smart investors got out there, kind of like the more riskier investors are getting out here. And like I said, I don't really think we break through this sort of support right here. I think this was founded on the worst case scenario was those tariffs were coming through. I think an average case scenario is something like this. Worst case scenario, we dip into here, but there's no way we would get any worse than that. This was the overshoot on the tariffs. The tariffs found liquidity right here. And so I think like worst case scenario, that's about it. Unless something fundamentally crazy happens. We're way too close to 2008, in my opinion. Like I said, I'll change my mind if things start to get different. We're way too close to 2008. Oops. That's an outside go. To have like a long-term debt cycle type bubble pop crash thing, there's really nothing that's at risk. Everything that's people are blaming to be a bubble, like tech or AI, is something that has massive widespread utility. So, real estate market, the housing market and all that is not at risk of collapsing. Nothing that the banks are overly exposed to have collapsed. And Bitcoin kind of collapsed and we survived that. So the thing is that the thing that I thought would cause a domino effect was like Bitcoin selling off. Bitcoin losing half of its value, I thought could trigger some banks being overexposed, and it really only triggered some of it. So right now, unless the whole tech industry just collapses on itself, I don't think there's a 2008, 2009 level crash in our lifetime. I think we'll get mild recessions as the economy continues to grow. I think this is a period of economic prosperity. Not this year. This is just the slow year of the whole thing. But I think after this year, it rallies and keeps going without stopping. Tech really needs to turn into a bubble, like a bubble. There's just so much utility for it now that it actually does stuff. It's not like the internet in 2000 where it didn't really do stuff yet. I mean, AI literally writes movie scripts now, right? It does everyone's work for them. So I think that's here to stay, and I don't think that's going to pop. But I think that Wall Street's, we're just entering a tiny, mild 2022-like recession that might be just as long, if not shorter. But you're saying you think we're going to a worse bear market than we saw in 8? But why though? Like what has the potential to lose that much asset value? 2008. 2008 was a housing bubble that people could see as early as 2003 and 2004. In 2003 and 4, people were saying the bank is propped up on junk mortgages because all the assets on the books are these mortgage bonds that have no value to them. And it was absurd. And then it was absurd for 4 years, and then it collapsed. It was absurd where people were betting the entire farm on the market collapsing. Something that never collapses, the likelihood of something being so unlikely, the severity is big, right? There's a whole lot, I forgot the law of it, but it's the reason why lottery wins are so big, because the likelihood of winning is so small. Smaller the likelihood, bigger the effect. So what is it that can be systemic? It's a systemic crash for 2010. Like where's the risk, right? Who's exposed to it? That's the two things you have to ask yourself. Where's the risk and who's exposed to it? The risk was in housing and the banks were exposed to it. So the housing market was collapsing, things started pulling back, but the overexposed banks then tumbled after that, right? So that was caused by a twofold thing. There was risk and people were exposed to it. So this time around, where is it, right? You have to ask yourself that. What's the risk and what do we see coming? Like in 2008, you could see the problem. Everybody could see the problem. It was just stupid and fraudulent that it wasn't correcting itself sooner, right? Because people were paying these ratings agencies to rate these mortgage bonds as good because they were diversified. And so fraud pressed the bubble even harder when everybody was like, how is this still going, right? So anyways, Dave, maybe you have an answer to that. What to you, where's the risk? Like, that's what I'd ask. I love this discussion because the severity means that something unlikely to happen is about to happen. For something severe, it has to be an unlikely event that builds and builds and builds and then pops, because so many people are so over leveraged into it because it's so unlikely. And then it causes the bubble, right? So the severity is high. Where do you head from here? Probably still down from here, right? I don't know. I guess anybody have an idea? That's why I keep saying mild recession, because I can't pinpoint a single thing that I can see right now that is a systemic problem. The closest thing I thought were overexposed banks to Bitcoin and overexposed banks to AI and tech. And when I look at AI and tech, there's so much utility that these companies are making sales. I mean, I just bought an NVIDIA graphics card for $4,500, things are in so high demand. There's shortages, right? Like I tried to buy RAM this morning. I paid over 150% markup for a stick of RAM, for a kit of RAM. And so when products are sold out on the shelves, there's no systemic problem, at least not there. So I'm ruling that out, right? The tech is about to crash because you can't even buy a graphics card or RAM anymore without paying double the price. That's how high demand the products are from companies like NVIDIA and stuff. So there's no problem there. You know what I mean? Where's the exposure? That's what I have to ask. Does anybody here have an idea? Anybody here super duper bearish, not just super bearish? Give me your thesis that I'm overlooking something. Banks are overexposed from lending to private credit. A lot of those companies have closed redemptions to investors. I've been seeing some of that. National debt, private credit, these things don't, but stock market bubble and AI, slowing economy. Right, but what I'm asking is, what's the risk? You have to pinpoint something. In 2003, we could say the mortgage market's about to crash. Anytime somebody lists a bunch of things, that's never the reason that moves a market crash. Market crash in history of the entire stock market can be pinpointed typically to one thing that you can see coming before it happens. There's never been a surprise market crash in the history of market crash, with the exception of maybe the Black Tuesday thing. But that was a very short-lived thing, right? If there's multiple things, there's no such thing as a diversified problem that's going to cause everybody to just jump out at once. There's got to be something that catches everyone off guard, which forces everybody out all at once, and then it crashes from there. Overexposed banks, but name one thing. What's the biggest problem? It's never been a flurry of like 8 or 9 or 10 things that cause long-term debt cycling. It's always a couple. It's just, that's a natural thing. I'm sorry, that's like long-term recessions. There's usually a market crash that can be pinpointed to like one domino that started the rest. Like, what's the main? Big zoom out and look at a monthly chart. No. Like in 2003, you can say the mortgage bonds are worthless and banks are overexposed. This is a problem. In 2000, the internet is such a huge fad and everyone's overexposed and they don't sell anything. This is a huge problem, right? You can sit there and look at it and say, this is a problem. Recessions based on inflation, unemployment, debt, all this stuff are the milder ones. They're the milder ones, right? Nobody is overexposed in those conditions. They're just exposed mildly, right? Like, what would be the match in the gas tank that then causes the tumble from there, right? On a monthly chart, let me tell you guys, before I get out of here, Dave's not wrong, but on a monthly chart, I have to advise you against doing the biggest mistake most traders do, is looking at a chart on a longer term scale. You all look at it incorrectly. About to blow your mind with probably the most important thing that you ever learned from anybody about the market. Look at the SPX chart. like load it up and it looks like this. How many people look at this chart and say, it's gone too high, it's got to pull back? Just be honest with me before I get out of here. How many people look at this and go, there's no way it could keep going? It's got to pull back. You look at this and this looks overbought to you, right? This is the SPX. Does anybody look at this and say, it's got to, look at the chart, it's got to pull back? Does it look like that? You see this flat part here? Let me zoom into that. It's done the same thing over and over and over and over and up 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 forever. You can't look at a longer term chart anywhere beyond 10 years on a linear scale. You must look at the chart appropriately on a logarithmic scale, because inflation raises things 2% a year. All things being equal, a flat stock market, guys, a flat stock market also goes up 2% a year. Everybody in chat understand this? Do we all understand this, guys? You sell 1 million cups of coffee for $1, you made $1 million that year. The next year, you sold 1 million cups of coffee for $1.02, you made $1,020,000 a year. A flat market goes up 2% a year also, whatever the inflation rate is. So to be accurate, let me show you guys something. Make sure you always look at your charts on longer term scales and adjust them for inflation, because it's very important to do so. Price axis, use log scale. They let us do that on Thinkorswim really nicely. Hit OK. I don't know why the log scale is not showing up. There we go. All right. Adjusted for inflation. Now it doesn't look so bad, right? This is the real stock market with inflation kind of removed, with, well, logarithmically. With, you know, it's not a perfect inflation rate, but it's about equal, right? Here's what your market crashes look like. Here's what 2000 looked like. And here's what 2008 looked like. And here's what 1929 looked like, which is why it's the biggest crash you've ever had. I mean, like, you can look on this log chart. Look how bad it was, right? I mean, we lost like almost 90% of the value of the stock market. That's how bad that was. And then the 1975, the 1970, all of that looked like this. This was the crash of 87 right here. And then this was the COVID crash right here. So, and this was the tariff crash right here. On a logarithmic scale, this is going to go up forever. This is going to go up forever. In the history of market crashes, a market crash hasn't taken out pretty much the highs from the previous crash ever in the history of Wall Street. I'm about to teach you the best thing. I know I got to go because I'm running out of time, but this is the best thing I ever learned about longer term markets. In the history of Wall Street, a market crash low has never taken out the high of a previous high before the previous market crash, ever, in the history of ever. It's always somehow crashed to some level above the previous high for the previous crash. The big ones, okay? So on this log chart, the last recession we had was a low here. And COVID supported that high as a low. Therefore, whatever market crash we have is unlikely to break through that low unless it's 1929 level crash. And I'm talking, if we fell this low, this would be the worst crash in stock market history if we were to find some of the lows that some people out there are theorizing that we get. On a log chart, if we start breaking COVID lows, this would turn out to be the worst crash percentage-wise in stock market history, right? So unless we are slated for the world's biggest market crash that we've ever seen, I've seen some people on these non-logarithmic charts like this say, like, we're going to retrace half and fall to 3,000. If this falls to 3,000, this starts competing with 1929 at that point. Right? If I were to say you want to know exactly what I'm thinking, Dave's not wrong, but when you look at a chart, for the rest of your lives, ladies and gentlemen, before I get out of here, this is a mic drop. For the rest of your lives, ever, forever, and I'm talking forever, the stock market will never, ever, ever cross this barrier for as long as you may live until the day you die. Never. You will never fall below 2,000 S&P ever again. And I mean ever again. Unless we're going into another 10 or 20 year Great Depression. Forever. Best case scenario here. Sorry, best case scenario here. Moderate case scenario here. Severe case scenario, 2008 level here. Choose your poison. If you think it's mild, it's there. If you think it's heavy, it's there. If you think it's the worst recession that we're going to see in our lifetime, it's there. And it's never there. All right, I'm out. See you later.